Chapter 1799. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He didn't want to kill Lu Mingyue, because holding a person who was qualified to become the saintess of all beginnings was more valuable than killing her. Lu Mingyue looked around and found that all the kings had come to the front of the giant bone city. She immediately understood. These people had no choice but to enter the giant bone city. But if they went down now, they might not survive. Not to mention that her strength was sealed now. Even if she was at her peak, she couldn't withstand a blow from the six-armed ape. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Xian waved his hand and a sword light wrapped around Lu Mingyue. I don't know why, but you can't hide now. You can only follow me. Then follow me closely. Don't get lost. This sword light can protect you. At the same time, Lin Xian also unlocked some of her seals, giving her some strength. But it was impossible for her to escape. Don't think about running away, or you'll end up miserable. Lin Xian warned again. Lu Mingyue also knew the current situation. She couldn't wait to follow Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was powerful, and he had the combination of Gu Santong and the dark red dragon with him, even in danger, her survival rate was greatly increased. She wouldn't leave now. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others stepped into the Palace of Bones. The giant bone city was extremely terrifying, emitting a monstrous aura. Two tall white bone doors were completely opened, revealing the scene inside. Not far in front, there were figures wearing ancient battle robes. Each of them had great spiritual power. However, there was no vitality in them. Lin Xian and the others knew that these were the funerary objects of some of the most powerful figures in the world. They glanced around and found that there were many of these burial objects. If they were resurrected, they would probably turn this world upside down. But fortunately, when they went in, the terrifying figures in front of them didn't wake up. They stood there like statues. When they passed by, their bodies began to tremble. They could sense a terrifying aura emanating from those figures. It was like a divine sword, unusually fierce. At this moment, the demon kings in the sky began to attack again. Streaks of sharp energy slammed into the white bone city. There were even a few terrifying beams of light that blasted towards the white bone door. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the two gates and blasted into the city of bones. Not good. Many kings were alarmed. They realized that the terrifying beams of light would probably affect them. Therefore, in the next moment, these people quickly ran inside. The entire white bone city began to emit a terrifying light. Then, those statue-like figures actually came to life. Caw caw caw. The kings who had been buried with Qin Wendian began to emit their auras, and their bodies began to move like wooden puppets. Although it was a little stiff, it carried a terrifying power with it. Boom! Boom! They were rapidly attacking outside. Terrifying saber lights, palm shadows, and sword chi streaked across the sky, fighting against the demon kings outside. He's revived. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. This scene was too strange. Could it be that these people didn't die? Or were they already dead, and now they're revived in some way? He could not figure it out, but he realized that this white bone city was full of mysteries. Boom! 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 At this moment, more than 10 attacks landed near them and then exploded. Terrifying energy swept towards them. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. They knew that it was no longer safe to go out from the entrance. They had to go inside. Moreover, some kings had already done so. They realized that the burial items would not attack them for the time being. Therefore, these people became bolder and ran into the white bone city. Let's go too. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then, Gu Santong, the dark red divine dragon, and Lu Mingyue followed the others into the city. This was because it was too dangerous. They could be affected by the shock waves of the energy at any time. The group of people walked in and realized that the inside of the White Bone City was no different from an ordinary city. Buildings and streets crisscrossed the city. However, the buildings here were more ancient, and they were filled with the style of the ancient era. Moreover, there was dust and broken walls everywhere. There were even spider webs everywhere. It was obvious that no one had been here for countless years. Even though Lin Xian and the other kings were walking on the streets, they could still feel that the entire city was filled with a strong sense of death. It was as if this was a dead city. The terrifying attacks outside were still ongoing. It seemed like those kings of monsters were trying to destroy this White Bone City. However, this White Bone City was too terrifying. It was too strange. It was not damaged at all. In fact, it did not even shake. If they could not hear the deafening sounds outside and see the sky full of light, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. In the next moment, everyone looked up. They saw a yellow figure, like a golden mountain, appear above them. It formed a huge projection. Six-armed godly ape. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. They did not expect the six-armed godly ape to appear above the White Bone City. What was it trying to do? Boom! Yes, it was indeed the six-armed godly ape. As soon as it appeared, it waved its 6 arms and formed 6 huge golden light pillars. Then, it shot downward. Boom! 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 This time, the light pillars finally reached the interior of the White Bone City. The terrifying light pillars hit the interior of the White Bone City, causing the entire city to tremble. Even the ground cracked and the surrounding buildings were pierced through. Oh no! At this moment, the surviving kings felt their scalps go numb. They did not gather together anymore. Instead, they fled in all directions. Everyone wanted to reach a safe place to escape this disaster. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He used the dragon sword realm to envelop everyone. Then, he turned into an aurora and rushed into the distance. In front of him was a disciple of the Five Elements sect. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately let out a cold breath. That was because Lin Xian and the Five Elements sect had a grudge against each other. However, now was not the time for revenge. Boy, I saw this place. Get out of here quickly. After saying that, the disciple of the Five Elements sect snorted and entered an old house in front of him. The old house was very shabby. It was covered with dust and spider webs. However, at this moment, it had become a safe place to hide. That was because everyone realized that the older the house, the less likely it was to be damaged by such attacks. Chapter 1800. They realized that the older the house, the more resistant it was to such an attack. Perhaps there was some mysterious power protecting these ancient houses. That Five Elements sect's disciple quickly entered the ancient house in front of him. Moreover, he released a ray of 5 elements power and sealed the door. It seemed that he did not want Lin Xian and the rest to enter. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Lu Mingyue said anxiously, "What should we do? Should we force our way in? We have more people anyway." Gu Santong shook his head and said, "There is no need to waste time fighting. There are many houses around here. We can look for others. Let's go in another direction." Lin Xian said. He did not want to fight now. The appearance of the giant bone city and the appearance of the demon king were all caused by the blood that was spilled when they fought. He didn't know what would happen if he fought in this city of bones and caused a terrifying amount of blood to flow again. Who knew what would happen? It might lead to something even more terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian did not want to fight now. It was better to avoid this disaster first. Lin Xian and the rest turned around and prepared to leave to look for other houses. However, just as they turned around, they heard a scream coming from the house in front of them. Ah! The scream was very pitiful and it was filled with fear. It was as if the person had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian and the rest stopped in their tracks when they heard the scream. They turned around and looked in front of them. Previously, a disciple of the Five Elements sect had entered the ancient house. Why was he screaming now? Was he under attack? However, other than him, no one else had entered the house. Lu Mingyue was also scared out of her wits when she heard the scream. No matter how powerful she was still a woman. She was terrified when she saw something unknown. Is there someone else inside? Or is there something we don't know? Lin Xian and the rest were shocked. They looked in front of them and decided to take a look. When they arrived at the house, they suddenly heard crunching sounds coming from inside. It was as if someone was gnawing on a bone. Hearing this voice, their scalps went numb. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with fear. That was because the sound was simply too strange. Coupled with the scream from before, Li Tianlan thought. An extremely terrifying scene appeared in everyone's hearts. Open it and take a look. Lin Xian raised his palm, preparing to blast away the Five Elements' power. He wanted to see what kind of monster was in this house. However, the next moment, the sound of chewing in the room disappeared. Not only that, but the door of the room also opened with a creak. The power of the Five Elements was withdrawn, and the Five Elements sect disciple from before walked out. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and his hair was rather messy. Other than that, nothing else could be seen. Are you alright? Gu Santong asked in a low voice. As for the Five Elements sect's disciple, he coldly snorted, what could possibly happen to me? How laughable. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Gu Santong frowned. Lu Mingyue's pupils constricted. This was because through the Five Elements sect's disciple, she saw that there was a pool of blood on the floor of the house. It was bright red and had not solidified at all. It was obvious that it had just fallen. What's with this blood? There really was a battle here. Lu Mingyue was shocked. She quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. Although she had been captured by Lin Xian, they were now in the same boat. Moreover, she was now sealed and did not have much power. Therefore, she needed Lin Xian's protection. Immediately, she told Lin Xian about this strange matter. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed. He had also discovered that there was indeed blood. However, the Five Elements sect's disciple in front of him did not seem to have any abnormalities. Therefore, he could only let it go. He shook his head and ignored him. He led everyone away. However, at this moment, the Five Elements sect's disciple said, if you go out now, you will be courting death. In this ancient city, only these ancient houses are safe. The other streets are not safe at all. You may very well be killed by the energy. What do you mean? Lin Xian turned his head and asked coldly. The Five Elements sect's disciple quickly said, nothing. This ancient house is quite big anyway. Why don't you all come in? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. This was because this attitude was different from before. After all, he had a grudge against the Five Elements sect. Moreover, this Five Elements sect's disciple had shown killing intent towards him previously. If it was not for the fact that this place was not suitable, the other party would have attacked long ago. However, the other party was now inviting him to hide in the house. It was too strange no matter how he looked at it. However, in the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. So be it. After all, he was not afraid of the other party's tricks. Therefore, he called Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon. Then, the group entered the ancient house. As for the five-element sex disciple, he looked at their backs and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he also strode into the ancient house and closed the door. Then, he used a force to seal it. This ancient house was not big. It was a very ordinary room with some tables and chairs. However, it was very old and had a thick layer of dust accumulated on it. Other than that, there were some miscellaneous items around. Most of them were very old. Moreover, this ancient house was very dark. Especially when the five-element sex disciple closed the door, the whole place became even darker. It could even be described as pitch black. However, Lin Xian and the rest were all King Realm experts. This little darkness was nothing to them. Therefore, they did not take it to heart. The few of them sat there and waited quietly. They could even vaguely hear the continuous explosions outside. As for the five-element sex disciple, he had unknowingly circled behind them. The strange smile at the corner of his mouth became even more obvious. A dark red light even appeared in his eyes. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, Lin Xian felt that the entire ancient house began to shake. Needless to say, it should be the attacks of those peerless beasts that bombarded the interior of the giant city. Everyone was shocked. They did not know when this attack would stop. However, no one noticed the smile at the corner of the five-element sex disciple's mouth and the red light in his eyes. In the next moment, something strange happened. The five-element sex disciple attacked decisively. His palm carried a terrifying storm and blasted forward. His target was very obvious. It was the sealed Lu Mingyue. Ah! Lu Mingyue felt the energy behind her and screamed. She suddenly turned around. At the same time, a chaotic light appeared between her eyebrows and slashed forward. Boom! Chapter 1801. Although he was hit, he still managed to dodge the fatal blow. This light of chaos was her life-saving measure. It was set up by the elders of the sect for her. It could help her dodge a fatal blow. She did not use it even when she was fighting Lin Xian. She did not expect to use it now. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the dark red dragon were also shocked. Powerful energy surged from their bodies as they stared at the five-element sect disciple. Gu Santong waved his hand and used the power of space to pull Lu Mingyue to his side. He also gave her a few elixirs to heal her injuries. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he stared at the other party. He said coldly, "You really are up to no good. How dare you attack us? However, I really don't understand. Are you out of your mind? How dare you attack us alone? We'll know if we can defeat you after we try." The five-element sect disciple had a strange smile on his face as a dark red light bloomed in his eyes. Not good. Kid, be careful. He's not the five-element sect disciple from before. The dark red dragon quickly reminded him. Not the five-element sect disciple from before. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not know what that meant. However, at that moment, the five-element school's disciple suddenly attacked. His palm turned into a five-colored palm and slammed down at Lin Xian, covering the sky and earth. The power of the five elements gathered in his palm, forming a terrifying light storm. The five-element sect disciple was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he attacked Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. His name had spread throughout the primeval forest. Other than the top few prodigies, no one dared to attack him. Now, a five-element sect disciple actually dared to attack him. It seemed like he did not know what was good for him. Humph! With a cold harumph, Lin Xian threw out a punch. Boom! The fist and palm collided. A low sound was heard. However, this time, Lin Xian was even more surprised. He even showed a hint of doubt. He realized that his opponent could actually fight against him. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that his current combat strength belonged to the top batch here. Even sealed almighties were no match for him. But now, the other party was actually able to contend against him, which really surprised him. The five-element sect's disciple was also taken aback. A red light flashed in his eyes. Brat, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You were actually able to block my move. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "You're not from the five-element sect. Who are you?" The people of the five-element sect did not dare to speak to him like this, but the other party did not seem to care at all. Therefore, he was definitely not from the five-element sect. Humph! Dead people don't need to know so much. The five-element sect's disciple coldly snorted and once again moved towards Lin Xian. As the two exchanged blows, each strike was like a clap of thunder. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more shocked he became. His opponent's battle prowess was too strong, and he couldn't help but take this seriously. So in the next moment, he pulled out the 9 Serenities demon sword. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and then he stabbed out. Buzz! A resplendent light shocked the sky. This sword was extremely sharp. Clang! The black demon sword seemed to have collided with a mountain. It pierced through the opponent's palm, leaving a bloody hole on it. You're courting death. The five-element sect's disciple's expression finally changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so terrifying that it could pierce through his palm. So in the next moment, he roared angrily. The power in his body suddenly erupted and surged fiercely towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He retreated rapidly and completely left the ancient house, arriving on the street. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. The five-element sect's disciple's expression was ferocious. His eyes were still emitting a red light. The scene was extremely terrifying. You're not from the five-element sect. Who are you? Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and asked coldly. He realized that the other party was too strange, especially that pair of eyes. They were even more terrifying than a malicious spirit. The people of the five-element sect should not have such an aura. Moreover, there were screams and sounds of bones being chewed in the ancient house. He guessed that the five-element sect's disciple had been killed long ago. As for this person, who was he? Hearing Lin Xian's cold roar, the five-element sect's disciple sneered and did not answer. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and the wound quickly healed. Then, he slapped forward. Boom! The terrifying palm landed, and the surrounding void cracked. The entire space even trembled violently. The five-element sect's disciple's palm shone brightly as he grabbed at Lin Xian. Humph, if you don't speak, I'll beat you until you reveal your true form. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword and attacked quickly. The terrifying sword chi was like a huge black mountain. It fell quickly and collided with the opponent's palm. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire street shook violently. The two of them each took a step back, and their eyes were filled with shock. Not only Lin Xian, but even Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon were shocked. They knew Lin Xian's strength. He was a terrifying elite, and yet he was able to fight to a standstill. They had to admit that it was too shocking. What a troublesome person. But do you think that I can't deal with you just like that? Lin Xian sneered. The sword qi on his body surged, and the dragon's sword territory quickly appeared and shrouded the opponent. Then, thousands of sword qi turned into flowing light and pierced forward. This attack was too terrifying. The sword qi that filled the sky was extremely sharp. It was densely packed, and it blew up everything in front of it. Roar! In front of them, in the explosion of the energy vortex, a piercing scream rang out. The scream was ear-piercing, and it made everyone's scalp tingle. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the storm. However, the clothes on his body were still torn. Not only that, there were many wounds on his body, revealing his dark skin. The five-element sect's disciple grabbed at the skin on his body, and a piece of human skin was torn off. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Lu Mingyue's face was pale, and she felt like vomiting. It was too disgusting. Can you imagine someone tearing off all the skin on their body with 5 fingers? This was the situation now. Indeed, the five-element sect's disciple was no longer a person, but a ghost. At this moment, his body was red and black, and there was even blood flowing from his body. He looked like a monster. The human skin fell to the ground, stained with blood. It was extremely strange. Roar! The ghost's eyes shone with a terrifying red light. His entire body was covered with a sinister ghostly aura. It was extremely terrifying, and it made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 1802. You really aren't human. Lin Xian was shocked. His expression was cold as he realized that his guess was right. The other party was not a disciple of the five-element sect, but an unknown creature. It was very likely that it was a creature that existed in the giant bone city. Thinking of this, his expression became serious because the other party's strength was not weak at all. Now that it had taken off its disguise, how strong would it be? The giant bone city was indeed too strange. How could such a malicious spirit appear here? Roar! The malicious spirit roared and turned into a bolt of lightning again, pouncing toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and rushed upward like lightning. The two of them fought fiercely. Their battle was very fierce and fast. From afar, it looked like 2 flashes of light were constantly colliding in the air. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure flashed. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand was shining with lightning and fire, which was very dazzling. Lightning and fire, the most yang energy in the world, had a strong restraining effect on ghost martial artists. Now that Lin Xian had used it, he naturally wanted to restrain the other party. Whoosh! As the sword slashed down, the lightning and fire sword qi flashed quickly and fiercely slashed down from the sky, bringing with it a strong storm. There was a strong yang energy. It was as if it could destroy all ghosts and demons. Seeing that the sword was filled with the most yang energy, the malicious spirit's expression changed. The red light in his eyes shone even brighter. His body quickly dodged and formed a pitch-black space around him. Whoosh! Whoosh! This black domain was very strange. It had a cold aura of death and could even devour everything. Puff! The lightning and fire sword slashed down and collided with the black domain, making the sound of ice and fire mixing. As for the surrounding void, it started to vibrate violently like a painting. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying crack appeared in the pitch-black domain, revealing the malicious spirit within. In the next moment, the sword qi slashed on the other party's body and tore a terrible wound. Drip! Drip! Black blood fell from the sky and dripped on the ground. The malicious ghost let out a furious roar and transformed into a dark cloud. It instantly fled into the distance and disappeared. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure and did not give chase. Instead, he frowned. This was simply too shocking. What kind of creature could have black blood? He didn't know. However, he knew that the other party was definitely not human. Everyone, be careful. This place is too strange. Don't be careless, Gu Santong said in a low voice. However, at this time, several miserable cries sounded from the distance again. They were extremely mournful, tearing through the void. Hearing this voice, the few of them frowned, then quickly ran into the distance. In the next moment, they saw a king with half his body torn apart and covered in blood. He was being gnawed to death by a pitch-black monster. It was the same situation again. From the looks of it, there was more than one malicious ghost-like monster. It was spread throughout the entire Whitebone city. It wasn't safe outside, but it wasn't safe inside the city either. Boom! A great battle erupted, because more than one malicious spirit-like creature appeared. Their figures appeared on several streets. Among them, some of the weaker kings were directly killed by the malicious ghosts. The more powerful king realm cultivators would fight against them. One of the battles was extremely intense. It was a human who was surrounded by dazzling halos. It was as if he had been blessed by the gods and was extremely terrifying. His entire body was surging with holy light. Each ray was like a monstrous wave. The Alcade Saint. Many kings saw this scene from afar and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked from afar. He had to admit that the other party was indeed an extremely powerful figure. Even from so far away, he could feel the overwhelming aura from the other party. The terrifying power contained in the palm shadows could easily crush a 6-star king. After beating the malicious ghost away with one palm, the Alcade Saint seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head to look at him. Boz! 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 Their gazes clashed in the air, causing small cracks to appear in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was someone who could compete with the Alcade Saint. This was unbelievable. The next moment, they turned their heads to look. When they saw Lin Xian, everyone was shocked because they also recognized Lin Xian. This kid is too terrifying. He can actually compete with the Alcade Saint. He's a killing god. Don't provoke him. Discussions broke out one after another. They had seen Lin Xian's means. Previously, Lu Mingyue had led so many kings to chase after him, but they were all killed by him. One could imagine how terrifying he was. They were even secretly calling Lin Xian a killing god. The Alcade Saint was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party could resist his gaze. However, the next moment, he turned his head with a cold expression. His entire body flickered with light and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the street. Other than the Alcade Saint, the others were also fighting because those malicious ghosts were very strange. Most of them had crawled out of the ancient houses. Boom! Another earth-shattering voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Who was he? How could he fight two malicious ghosts? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to be the genius of the Yi family. So powerful. He's fighting two malicious ghosts alone. This means that he's even more powerful than the Alcade Saint, right? How can he be more powerful than the Alcade Saint? The Alcade Saint didn't encounter two malicious ghosts. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to deal with them easily. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Lin Xian also turned his head and saw Yi Wudao. The expert in front of him who was fighting two malicious ghosts alone was Yi Wudao. There was no bright light on his body, and his fist technique was very simple. However, the effect was indeed very terrifying. He punched out, simple and unadorned. However, the entire void exploded, and even the black palm of the malicious ghost was blown apart. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned and could not believe it. They had seen how powerful the malicious ghost was. It was terrifying. Ordinary 6-star kings were not a match for it at all. But now, someone could actually injure it with a punch. This was too shocking. What kind of fist technique is that? It's so terrifying. Who knows? This fist technique looks very ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Many kings exclaimed in surprise. However, there were some almighties who frowned. He's a disciple of the Yi family. The Yi family is an ancient family. They even had a great emperor. Yeah, even in the era where there were no great emperors, there were sacred bodies. Chapter 1803. What? A holy physique. Upon hearing the words constitution, the crowd felt their scalps go numb, and shock filled their faces. However, an elder shook his head, no way. That kind of physique is extremely rare. Even the Yi family has only produced a few in all these years. If there was one, would the Yi family be willing to let him come to such a dangerous place? Is it dangerous here? Before entering, no one knew that this place was dangerous. They all thought that there were countless treasures in this mystic world. Someone sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, no one knew that this mystic world was extremely dangerous. Only when they entered did they realize that they had entered a place of great danger. Could it be that he really was a holy physique of the Yi family? A holy physique. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had also heard of this physique. It was an extremely terrifying physique in the eastern wilderness. It was rumored that this mysterious physique was not only extremely strong, but also extremely strong in defense. It had incredible magical powers. He did not expect Yi Wudao to have such a physique. On the side, Gu Santong's eyes flashed. He was extremely serious. As a disciple of a clan of the ancients, he knew how terrifying this physique was. At the same time, he whispered to himself, our Gu family also has a divine physique. I wonder which one is stronger, compared to the holy physique. Other than the Alcade Saint Yi Wudao, there were a few people who displayed even more terrifying power. At first glance, it was obvious that they were almighties whose cultivation had been suppressed. One of them was wrapped in a silver light. It was impossible to see whether he was real or not. However, he was facing 5 evil spirits at the same time and sent them flying with one palm. This kind of method was simply too terrifying. It had even far exceeded everyone's understanding. However, the silver figure disappeared in a flash and was never seen again. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. This was because if such a person appeared in front of them, it would have a negative impact on the balance of the situation. Seeing the silver figure, Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect such an expert to be hidden among the human martial artists. On the other hand, Gu Santong's expression was solemn. It could even be said that he was very ugly. What's wrong, Brother Gu? Lin Xian also noticed this, so he asked. Nothing much. I just feel that the silver figure from before has something to do with the Almighty who was chasing after me. To be honest, Gu Santong could not be completely sure, but the aura on the other party's body gave him a familiar feeling. That was why he had such suspicions. However, now that the other party had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. Woo woo. Just as everyone was shocked by the silver figure, a low voice suddenly came from the distant ancient house. It was as if a malicious spirit was weeping. This voice made one's scalp tingle. The next moment, an extremely cold and gloomy aura came from the ancient house in front of him. Whoosh! The entire street was covered in a layer of gray smoke, making the visibility of the surroundings very low. The chilly wind that blew on his body was abnormally cold. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gray light flashed and streaked across the sky. Then, a scream rang out from among the human ancient martial art practitioners. Shortly after, the screaming king was quickly dragged into the ancient house in front of them. Crack! Crack! What followed was the sound of bones being chewed. Ghost, it's really a ghost. Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw this scene. This was too terrifying. There must be an extremely terrifying malicious spirit in front of them. This was because they did not even see the other party's movements before a king was killed. In other words, the other party's strength had completely surpassed theirs. In an instant, everyone was extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. If the malicious spirit in front of them attacked again, would they be able to withstand it? However, at this critical moment, a laugh came from afar. What a powerful ghost king. I didn't expect to meet one here. This thing is very nutritious for me. Everyone's scalp tingled when they heard this voice. Someone actually dared to target the ghost king in front of them. Did they want to die? However, what shocked them even more was that the person who spoke was a human ancient martial art practitioner. Since when did such a powerful ancient martial art practitioner appear among the humans? Could it be the silver figure from before? Everyone turned their heads to look in all directions, trying to find the person who spoke. Roar! The ghost king in the ancient house also seemed to be roaring in anger. It shot out dozens of gray lights that pierced through the void. Humph! After a cold snort, countless human figures quickly appeared. Finally, they turned into a human figure and appeared on the street. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. That was because they realized that the human figure was too strange. That was because the person who appeared was not a powerful elder as everyone had imagined. Instead, it was a child who was only 8 or 9 years old. The child had delicate features and looked very cute. There was even a trace of immaturity on his face. If one did not know better, they would have thought that he was a child of some family. However, the other party appeared here. That meant that the other party was at least a king. However, was the other party a peerless genius who had become a king at the age of 8 or 9? Or was it some old monster who had cultivated a special cultivation technique that caused his body to age and reach the level of a child? Everyone did not know, but thinking about it, the latter was more likely. As soon as the child appeared, he said with a smile, "You think you can hurt me? What a joke." As he said that, he waved his hand and spiritual power gathered, forming a huge palm of light that blasted forward. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared on the street. That was too unbelievable. They knew that the ground was very hard, but the child's palm could actually cause damage. It was too shocking. Boom! That palm directly shattered the dozens of lights in the sky, turning them into specks of light that scattered all over the ground. Not only that, the resplendent palm of light continued to blast towards the ancient house in front of it, as if it wanted to kill the ghost king directly. Roar! Another furious roar was heard. Then, a pitch-black palm reached out and grabbed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the resplendent palm of light. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. Then, they dissipated into the void at the same time. "You're quite capable, but you won't be able to escape from me today." The child's face darkened. Although his voice was immature, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. There was even a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. Obviously, he was not a child, but an old monster. Whoosh! The child's body flickered and appeared in front of the ancient house. His tender little hand contained an incomparably terrifying power as he grabbed forward. In the next moment, he and the Ghost King engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw that. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they observed carefully. That was because they also wanted to see if the child could subdue the Ghost King. Not long after, an extremely cold aura suddenly came from the void, and a silver light ruthlessly slashed towards the child. Chapter 1804. This silver light came very suddenly without any warning. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a stream of light and slashed towards the child. Humph! The child snorted and disappeared from where he was, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Then, his childish face turned serious. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the void. Mo Tianqi, get the hell out here. Don't hide anymore. His voice was filled with murderous intent. What? Mo Tianqi. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. They looked around with their eyes wide open. They knew Mo Tianqi's name. He was a peerless almighty who had killed the elder of the Wavering Light's sacred ground. It could be said that his name had spread across the entire eastern wilderness. Now that his name appeared here, did he come in too? Many people were shocked. Lin Xian looked even more serious. Among these people, he had the deepest relationship with Mo Tianqi. Mo Tianqi was once the sect leader of the Elixir sect, and he was a disciple of the Elixir sect. He had witnessed Mo Tianqi's betrayal with his own eyes. Mo Tianqi had been looking for the heavenly secret divine eyes. But now, the heavenly secret divine eyes were with him, so the relationship between the two was very complicated. At this moment, Lin Xian decided that he could not use the heavenly secret divine eyes here. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape if Mo Tianqi found out. Although this space suppressed almighties and sealed their cultivation, Mo Tianqi was not an ordinary almighty. However, Mo Tianqi was no ordinary almighty. He was a peerless almighty. His strength was terrifying. Who knew how powerful he was now? Lin Xian was secretly on guard. On the other side, the void fluctuated and a silver light shone. Then, a handsome and evil young man appeared in front of everyone. He was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand and a jade flute at his waist. He was very handsome. If they did not know, they would think that he was a young master. But everyone knew that he was a peerless almighty who was extremely terrifying. Mo Tianqi, it's you. The 8 or 9-year-old child stared ahead and said coldly, you betrayed the sacred hall, and you still dare to appear here. Today, I will eliminate you on behalf of the sacred hall. The child exuded killing intent. Saint Hall. What Saint Hall? The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of it before. And it seemed that Mo Tianqi and that child were both from the Saint Hall. If this was true, then this Saint Hall was too terrifying. But why had they never heard of it before? They didn't even get any information about it. Lin Xian was also puzzled. He asked the dark red divine dragon, but it shook its head. The dark red divine dragon did not know about the sacred hall either. You think you can kill me? How laughable. Mo Tianqi shook his head slightly. You're neither human nor ghost. What are you doing here instead of staying in Nanjiang? This is my business. You don't need to know. The 8 or 9-year-old child snorted coldly, his expression abnormally cold. Do you think you can deal with me now that you've come out? I don't know if I can deal with you, but I can stop you from subduing this Ghost King. The corner of Mo Tianqi's mouth curled up slightly. Then, an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. Boom! In the next moment, he attacked mercilessly. Terrifying energy flowed forward. At the same time, the Ghost King also attacked at the same time, attacking the 8 or 9-year-old child together. The child snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and a black scroll appeared in his hand. Pang! 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 In the next moment, the black scroll fluttered in the wind. A sky full of black light scattered in all directions, blocking the shocking attacks of Mo Tianqi and the Ghost King. Then, 2 short black sticks appeared in his hands. He kept hitting them. Clang! 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 A low sound reverberated in the surroundings, making everyone's hair stand on end. Buzz! Just as everyone was wondering what the other party was up to, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. In the next moment, he arrived beside the 8 or 9-year-old child. When everyone saw this scene, they went crazy. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was because the figure that appeared in front of them was none other than the burial goods that appeared at the entrance of the Palace of Bones. Weren't these burial goods supposed to be fighting with the demonic beasts outside? Why were they here? And from the looks of it, they seemed to be very respectful to the child. Could there be some connection between the two? The figure in front had a dull expression. He was wearing an ancient battle robe, and his entire body was emitting a monstrous aura of death. He was like a divine spear that stood there, and people could only look up to him. Mo Tianqi did not attack. His figure flashed and he retreated into the distance, his cold eyes flickering. Looks like your corpse controlling technique has become much stronger. You can even move this kind of ancient burial object. I have to say, I really underestimated you. Don't you think it's a little late for you to realize this now? The child sneered. Attacking me in this place is your biggest mistake. However, when he heard this, Mo Tianqi looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. Tai Mushuan, do you really think that a mere burial item can trap me? And this place is not only beneficial to you, but also to me. In the next moment, he put away the folding fan in his hand and pulled out the jade flute from his waist. Then, he gently placed it beside his mouth. Woo! A strange sound echoed in the surroundings. Soon, countless miserable cries could be heard in the distance. Then, 5 or 6 dark figures rushed over. Malicious ghosts. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb and their eyes widened. Could Mo Tianqi control malicious ghosts? In the next moment, they realized that it was true. The 5 or 6 malicious ghosts returned to Mo Tianqi's side. They were very respectful like servants. Mo Tianqi waved his sleeve, and immediately, the malicious ghosts rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Not only that, but more malicious ghosts were rushing over. The Ghost King also became abnormally irritable. A great battle broke out. Both of them were extremely powerful. Although they were suppressed and sealed, the means they displayed were too terrifying. Not only that, but both of them were extremely powerful. One of them could control the corpse of an ancient king, and the other could control the malicious ghosts here. The two's techniques were simply too terrifying, causing the surrounding kings to continuously retreat in fear. Clang! When a powerful wave of energy spread to the surroundings, all the kings retreated. Let's go! Lin Xian also retreated decisively. If he stayed here, it was very likely that he would be discovered by Mo Tianqi. That would be too disadvantageous for him. In fact, Lin Xian knew that Mo Tianqi might have discovered him long ago. He just did not know why Mo Tianqi did not make a move. Chapter 1805. In fact, Lin Xian was right. Mo Tianqi had noticed Lin Xian long ago, but for some reason, he could not attack him directly. Mo Tianqi had resurrected Ouyang Feng and a few other strong cultivators and asked them to attack. He did not expect them to fail. After that, he discovered other secrets in the primordial forest and couldn't be bothered with Lin Xian for a while. Now that he was fighting with someone else, he could not care less. On the other side, Gu Santong's expression was cold. He realized that Mo Tianqi was the one chasing after him. He did not know why Mo Tianqi was chasing after him, but no matter what the reason was, he was in a bad situation. Even if he was a genius disciple of a clan of the ancients and a dazzling genius, it would be difficult for him to escape from being targeted by an almighty. For a moment, everyone retreated. However, a stream of light flashed in the crowd, and then a figure surrounded by divine light appeared. Yao Guang Sage. Many people exclaimed. It seemed that Yao Guang was going to attack. However, they did not know who he was targeting. In the next moment, everyone exclaimed because they realized that Yao Guang Sage had his eyes on Yi Wudao. That's right, Yao Guang Sage had his eyes on Yi Wudao. He came in front of Yi Wudao, and his whole body emitted a bright light. Yi Clan Sage body, do you dare to fight me? Yao Guang Sage's voice was cold and powerful. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Yi Wudao was not afraid at all. His body emitted a terrifying power that caused the void to distort rapidly. Boom! The two young geniuses fought together, and the earth cracked. The kings around them ran even faster. Lin Xian and Gu Santong also retreated quickly. When the two of them joined forces, nothing could stop them, and no one dared to attack them. In the next moment, Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the others walked into the depths of the White Bone City. Soon, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the depths of the White Bone City. It was even quieter here. The loud roar in the distance had become so soft that it could not be heard. There were many ancient buildings around, but no one dared to enter because they were afraid of attracting more powerful ghosts. As they walked forward, the area in front of them gradually widened. There weren't so many buildings, and instead, a huge plaza was formed. There was actually a huge sword in the square. A giant sword that reached the heavens. Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that the huge sword in front of him was very similar to the huge sword that came out of the sea of bones outside. However, why was there such a gigantic sword in White Bone City? However, what was even stranger was that there were mysterious Dao runes on the giant sword that continued to spread throughout the area. Even the entire plaza was covered in those Dao patterns. It was a very peculiar imitation of some kind of sacrificial offering in ancient times. What was the use of this huge sword, and what was it for? Why would it appear in the giant bone city? Lin Xian and the others were very confused. Many people were extremely curious. They walked forward, preparing to investigate. Lin Xian, Gu Santong and the rest also walked forward. They blended into the crowd and walked forward. Many of those people came to the vicinity of the enormous sword, but nothing happened. However, the moment Lin Xian stepped onto the square, the entire square began to tremble. The huge sword in front of him suddenly shook. Countless Dao runes flashed on it, and then condensed into a shocking sword light. It exploded from the huge sword and swept out in all directions. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the huge sword to suddenly change. The martial artists at the front were directly swept by the sword light and were sent flying. For a moment, everyone was bewildered. They didn't dare to step forward because this was too strange. Lin Xian was also shocked. Could the huge sword's change be related to him? Or was it related to the great dragon sword soul in his body? He did not know, but he knew that it must be related. Therefore, in the next moment, he walked forward again. Buzz! The huge sword shone brightly. Then, the Dao runes seemed to come alive and emitted an even more peculiar light. Some of them even formed strange Dao runes, as if to express something to the crowd. This is. Many kings were shocked. They realized that it was very likely a powerful martial technique. Therefore, in the next moment, they all focused on observing. However, although these Dao runes were strange, they were very obscure. These people looked at them for a long time, but they did not understand what they meant. Gu Santong looked at the Dao runes in front of him, his eyes flashing. Previously, when he was outside, he had spent a long time comprehending the huge sword near Gu Hai. Now that he saw the huge sword again, he did not feel unfamiliar with it. Therefore, he walked to a suitable place and silently comprehended it. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed as he engraved the Dao runes in his mind. Although he could not fully comprehend them now, he believed that as long as he continued to comprehend them, he would definitely be able to comprehend something. The huge sword flashed. Not only was Lin Xian and the others shocked, but even Mo Tianqi, the Alcade Sage son, and the others who were fighting in the distance were startled. However, Mo Tianqi and the 8 or 9-year-old child were engaged in an intense battle and did not rush over. However, the Alcade Sage son and Yi Wudao stopped and did not continue fighting. Instead, they quickly rushed over. The arrival of the Alcade Sage son and Yi Wudao attracted everyone's attention. Many people woke up from their comprehensions and looked behind them. They wanted to know who had won this battle. However, judging from their expressions, they are both calm. It seems to be a draw. There is no clear victor. Perhaps the battle was too short. It is impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time when experts of this level fight. Discussions broke out one after another. But no matter what the outcome was, both of them were top-notch existences. Yi Wudao and the Alcade Sage son clearly did not notice the discussions. Their gazes were focused on the huge sword in front of them. As they looked ahead, their eyes flashed with resplendent light. Yi Wudao was like a god of war as he strode forward. Soon, he chose a place and silently comprehended. On the other side, the Alcade Sage son also snorted coldly and walked forward. Everywhere he passed, the kings around him quickly dodged. But soon, he frowned because he realized that there was a figure who dared to block his path. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they immediately started whispering. Someone actually dares to block the Alcade Sage son. He is really courting death. Yeah. Isn't that person too bold? What do you know? That brat is a demon king. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 1806. Many people recognized Lin Xian. Naturally, they also knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. The Alcade Saint was even more terrifying. If the two of them fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. To be honest, Lin Xian did not pay attention to the Alcade Saint at all. All his energy was now focused on the giant sword in front of him. The Alcade Saint stopped in his tracks with a gloomy face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Someone actually dared not to make way for him. He was courting death. With a cold snort, the Alcade Saint raised his hand and shot out a dazzling light that quickly rushed forward. Feeling the fierce attack, Lin Xian woke up from his enlightenment. Then, his face darkened. Get lost. With a roar, Lin Xian threw out a punch. The terrifying fist was shining with a black light. It was like a huge black dragon, rushing forward rapidly. In the next moment, it collided with the fierce attack. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the fierce attack exploded instantly. Lin Xian turned around and stared coldly at the Alcade Saint. Why did you sneak an attack on me? Give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the surrounding people gasped. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not expect Lin Xian to attack the Alcade Saint. The Alcade Saint said coldly, I've taken a liking to this place. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Leave. Lin Xian snorted. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? As he spoke, he threw out a punch. A black fist appeared in the void. Like a raging dragon, it blasted forward. Boom! The space trembled. The black fist exuded an extremely violent aura. It was like a vast sea that swept through the entire space. Boom! Some of the surrounding kings could not withstand this aura and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with horror. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand this power at all. The Alcade Saint also frowned. He realized that the strength of his opponent was beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he also acted decisively. He stretched out his palm, bringing with it a holy radiance that filled the sky. It was as though the palm of a demon god was pressing down rapidly. The palm was condensed from spiritual power, and it carried a terrifying power that could easily kill a 6-star king. In the next moment, the two collided. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as boundless light surrounded the area, forming a gigantic pillar of light that shot straight into the clouds. Fortunately, the white-boned city was abnormally tough, and there were mysterious Tao runes floating around the square, preventing it from being affected. Otherwise, just a single strike from the two of them would be enough to completely destroy this place. After the attack, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his whole body emitting the aura of spiritual power. Facing the Alcade Saint, he was extremely strong. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to contend with the Alcade Saint. This was simply inconceivable. The Alcade Saint also frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his attack. This was indeed beyond his expectations. One should know that he was a saint, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Not many people in the younger generation could contend with him. Lin Xian was neither a genius of the clan of the ancients nor a saint of the peerless sanctuary. How could he block his attack? Before this, he had never seen such a thing. Boy, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. You are worthy of my attack. However, it is obviously unwise for you to do so. You will end up miserable if you fight with me. Cut the crap. I want to see what right do you have to ask me to get lost today. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He was too angry. Originally, he was comprehending here and didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. However, Lin Xian didn't even ask about the truth and directly attacked him, which was intolerable. Therefore, he must teach Lin Xian a lesson today. So what if Lin Xian was the Alcade Saint? If he dared to provoke him, he would still beat him up. Seeing Lin Xian's domineering attitude, the Alcade Saint's face darkened. Even Yi Wudao didn't dare to treat him like this. But now, an unknown boy dared to look down on him, which made him want to kill him. In the next moment, the holy light on his body shone even brighter. He was like a holy light emissary, emitting endless light. Holy light palm. With a wave of his palm, the entire sky was illuminated. It was like a resplendent sun that pressed forward. In the face of the Alcade Saint's powerful attack, Lin Xian was not afraid. He threw out a punch, and the black fist drew a strange arc in the air. The sky was filled with black light. It was extremely terrifying and collided with the holy palm. The light shone, and a sonorous sound spread in all directions. The surrounding kings trembled and were almost killed by this energy. At the same time, a huge light spread out in all directions where the two of them collided. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air because they discovered that Lin Xian was really able to contend against the Arcade Saint Sun. Not only that, the two of them directly fought. On the square, the two figures were like lightning, constantly exchanging blows. Every time they collided, the void would explode, and a terrifying black hole would appear. The two of them were so powerful that the crowd could only catch some blurry shadows. Only Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the older generation figures, as well as the mighty figures who had been suppressed, could clearly watch the entire battle. However, these people's faces were also extremely solemn because the two of them were like gods of war, blooming with light. The powerful force suppressed all directions, making them feel uncomfortable. They were frightened. Lin Xian was fighting the Arcade Saint. He was extremely powerful and was not at a disadvantage at all. He was like a raging dragon. The destructive black dragon scroll opened and closed, constantly bombarding. Heavens, who is that boy? Is he also a saint of a large sect? It's very possible. Maybe he's hiding his identity. Otherwise, no one else can compete with the Arcade Saint. Everyone was shocked because they realized that Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. Boom! Terrifying light surged out, and Lin Xian's fist was like a black mountain, directly sweeping forward. The shocking black aura quickly intertwined and rushed towards the Arcade Saint. Boom! 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 Every black light was extremely huge, like a mountain. It was as if a true dragon had appeared in the world. The void was like a painting that was ruthlessly torn apart in an instant, and terrifying energy filled every inch of space. The Arcade Saint used the Saint Light technique to resist with all his might. However, his expression was extremely solemn and could even be said to be shocked. Chapter 1807. However, his expression was solemn and even shocked. He had never thought that the other party would be able to contend with him for such a long time. One had to know that only saints and other prodigies could compete with him. However, the other party was not famous at all. He had never even heard of him. This meant that the other party was definitely not a disciple of a sacred land. However, the other party had a heaven-defying combat strength and was able to fight evenly with him. It was truly shocking. At the same time, it also made him extremely angry. The next moment, he clasped his hands together, and the light on his body rose again. A powerful and terrifying force surged out like a tsunami. Boom! The entire world trembled violently in an instant as a terrifying force slammed in all directions. The surrounding kings frantically retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Xian also moved away and distanced himself. What? The Arcade Saint's aura has become stronger again. How terrifying! Could it be that the Arcade Saint didn't use his full strength before? That must be it. No wonder that kid could hold on for so long. It seems that the Arcade Saint went easy on him previously. I'm afraid that kid is definitely not having a good time now. He might even be defeated immediately. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were shocked by the power that the Arcade Saint had displayed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He said in a low voice, "You really did hide your strength. Since you know, why don't you obediently surrender? Kneel by the side. Otherwise, when I attack, you'll really die." The Arcade Saint's voice was very cold. Lin Xian laughed. Do you think that you're the only one who hid your strength? As he spoke, he clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword from the void. The originally violent black aura on his body instantly transformed into terrifying sword chi that shot into the sky. Those sword lights were so sharp that they seemed to be able to break through the heavens and slash through the 9 darkness. Some of the kings even began to tremble uncontrollably. What? What a terrifying sword chi. That kid actually hid his strength too. Heavens, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? Kill. In the square, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He quickly waved the 9 Hell Devil sword, and streaks of sword light fell like the Milky Way. The radiance was boundless and endless. Tens of thousands of sword chi rushed into the clouds, shocking everyone. Clang! Clang! The Alcade Saint also snorted coldly and used the Saint Light technique to fight back. Above his left hand, boundless radiance condensed, forming a huge light shield. On top of it, there was an image of the sun, which was extremely dazzling. Holy Light Shield. The Alcade Saint held a huge light shield in his hand, resisting the sword chi that filled the sky. Clang! 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 A terrifying vibration sounded, tearing the void apart. The divine light shield in the hands of the Alcade Holy Sun dimmed instantly. However, the Alcade Saint let out a furious roar as countless saint lights gushed out from his body. It quickly replenished the divine light shield. This caused the divine light shield to shine once more. Not only that, but all kinds of strange runes shone on the holy light shield this time, blocking the sword chi. On the other side, Lin Xian held the demon sword in his hand. He was like a god of death, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The 9 underworld demonic sword was pitch black, and the black sword chi was like a crescent wave that slashed forward. Bang! This sword was more terrifying than all the previous sword chi, so even with the Alcade Holy Light Shield, the Alcade Saint was forced to retreat. What? The Alcade Saint was forced to retreat. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Although the Alcade Saint was not injured, it was still unbelievable that he was forced to retreat. That was the Alcade Saint. He was definitely a terrifying member of the younger generation. The Alcade Saint was also shocked. He found that his opponent was too powerful. He was not weaker than Yi Wudao. Humph. The next moment, he let out an angry roar, and his entire person became furious. 2 bright rays of light shot out from his eyes like torches, piercing through the void. His entire body was covered with a bright halo that was like a flame, making him look extremely majestic. Not only that, he held the divine light shield in his left hand, and a bright spear appeared in his right hand. The long spear vibrated, and the sky was full of multicolored light, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Boom! The Alcade Saint finally began to fight back. He stabbed out with his spear, and the bright spear in his hand instantly exploded. The terrifying power was like a torch, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a cold roar, and a shocking sword light burst out from his eyes. He held the demonic sword in his hand and swung it wildly. The two constantly collided, bursting out lightning-like rays of multicolored light that surrounded the surroundings. Soon, 100 moves had passed, and the two of them were unable to determine a winner. They were evenly matched. All the spectators were shocked. They now found that Lin Xian was really too powerful. He was able to be evenly matched with the Alcade Saint. The Alcade Saint was also shocked, and then his face became extremely ugly. However, the next moment, he did not attack again. Instead, he waved out a shocking spear light, and then his whole body retreated rapidly. Lin Xian shattered the spear light, but he did not attack. He stared coldly at his opponent. It seemed that the two of them would not be able to determine the result of this battle for a while. Unless they used all their trump cards, but in that case, they were afraid that others would benefit. Therefore, the two of them would not attack again. The Alcade Saint snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. He also did not fight for Lin Xian's position. Instead, he walked in another direction and silently comprehended the giant sword in front of him. Lin Xian put away the demonic sword and also began to comprehend it. The surrounding people were shocked. The battle had happened so suddenly and ended so quickly that no one could react. Outside, the battle between the peerless Monster King and the giant Bone City was still going on. The terrifying sound waves were like waves, constantly bombarding. Lin Xian looked at the giant sword in front of him and fell into a strange state. Suddenly, he found that the giant sword in front of him was emitting a bright light. Then, the scene in front of him changed. He found that in the square, in addition to the giant sword in front of him, there were 4 more illusory sword shadows. Each of them was indomitable and incomparably huge, emitting a monstrous aura. They suppressed the entire square as if they were sealing something. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be 4 illusory sword shadows around him. He turned his head to look around and found that the others were still silently comprehending, as if they did not notice the 4 illusory sword shadows around them. What's going on? Am I the only one who can see it? Now, he found that the scene he saw was different from what others saw, which made him very puzzled. But in the next moment, he understood. The giant sword in front of him had changed. The shape on it was rapidly changing, forming the appearance of a giant dragon. The dragon head and the sword body were incomparably ferocious. A terrifying murderous aura permeated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What? That's the great dragon sword. Lin Xian looked at the giant sword in front of him in shock. The appearance of the giant sword was too familiar. His great dragon sword soul could condense that appearance. Could it be that the giant sword in front of me is the great dragon sword? Lin Xian was too shocked. He only had the great dragon sword soul, and the great dragon sword had disappeared in the ancient times. He did not know where it was. But he did not expect to see the great dragon sword body now. If he could obtain the great dragon sword body and merge it with the great dragon sword soul, then his combat strength would be incomparably heaven-defying. However, was the other party the real great dragon sword? He did not know. Moreover, even if it was real, he did not have the ability to subdue the giant sword in front of him. The other party emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it was a real giant dragon. Anyone in front of it would feel insignificant. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was shocked. However, he soon thought of something. If the giant sword in front of him was the great dragon sword, then, would the other 4 sword shadows be the other 4 divine swords? Of the 5 swords in the world, other than the great dragon sword, there were 4 other divine swords. So in the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the second sword shadow. It was different from the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword was lifelike, and every sword pattern on it could be seen clearly. However, the giant sword next to it was incomparably black, like a black hole, making it impossible to see the real situation. Not only that, the space around it was distorted, as if even the light was swallowed. Devouring sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen this kind of divine sword in the hands of Wine Lord. It should be the legendary devouring sword. Lin Xian was too surprised. He found that this was indeed the 5 swords in the world. He just did not expect that these sword shadows would appear in the White Bone City. What was the connection between them? Soon, he found something different. This was because he found that below the devouring sword, there was a pattern that connected to the square. It was an incomparably cold place, as if it was the nine nether hell. The devouring sword was like a black mountain, directly inserted into the demonic earth. In the pattern, there were thousands of demons struggling crazily, but all of them fell to the ground. Could it be that the devouring sword suppressed the nine nether demonic earth? Lin Xian was shocked because he could only see this situation from the pattern. Thinking of the great dragon sword and the white bone city in front of him, Lin Xian had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that each of the 5 swords in the world suppressed a forbidden area? But, where are those places exactly? Why do they need to be suppressed? Moreover, it is a peerless divine object like the 5 swords in the world. He really could not understand. The third sword shadow was a picture of the 100 forms of life, as if it recorded everything in the world. It also suppressed a forbidden area. It was a continuous mining area, as if there were endless divine treasures buried in it. The fourth sword shadow was even more strange. Around it, there were apes and monkeys, as well as people who looked like ancient war gods. There were even some figures wearing ancient armor and holding totems in their hands. Not only that, there were also some clothes that Lin Xian was familiar with. It was obvious that they were modern. There were even some strange people that he had never seen before. The fifth sword shadow was a variety of natural scenes. Mountain torrents erupted, heavenly thunder fell, in short, there were some strange phenomena of heaven and earth. The 5 sword shadows were incomparably terrifying. The scenes they brought were all different, but without exception, they suppressed a peerless place. This scene caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. He knew that these 5 sword shadows represented the 5 swords in the world, although he could not completely recognize them. However, he had a certain understanding of them. The first sword shadow was the great dragon sword. The second sword shadow was the devourer sword. The third sword shadow showed the 100 forms of life, which should be the reincarnation sword. The one with the ancient, modern, and future should be the legendary spacetime sword. Only it could connect the past, present, and future together. The last divine sword that caused the strange phenomena of heaven and earth should be the heavenly punishment sword. Legend had it that the divine sword was related to the way of heaven. Each of the 5 divine swords had incredible power, and could be said to be incomparably mysterious. If these 5 sword shadows appeared in the eastern wilderness, it would definitely make everyone go crazy. Even the peerless sacred grounds and clans of the ancients would go crazy. However, these 5 sword shadows had all appeared, and only Lin Xian could see them. Boom! 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 After an earth-shattering sound, the sword shadows in front of him disappeared. His surroundings changed once again. All of the illusions were quickly disappearing. The great dragon sword's soul in Lin Xian's body started to rotate rapidly, and it even roared. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that the great dragon sword's soul in his body had formed a connection with the great dragon sword in front of him. A mysterious force gathered in the air, and the spacetime sword shadow that had disappeared reappeared, shining brightly. Buzz! A ray of light rushed out, and with the spacetime sword shadow as the center, it spread out in all directions, and then covered the entire bone city. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others felt that time and space had changed, as if they had fallen into a spacetime vortex. Buzz! Buzz! After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He found that it was quiet around him. He was in a forest, and there were stars in the sky. It was abnormally quiet. It's not the Bone City. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around and found that there were no longer any terrifying sceneries around him, nor were there any deafening explosions. Apparently, they had come out. Not only him, but there were also countless figures around him. They were all the kings who had entered the Bone City. At this moment, they were all wild with joy as they looked at their surroundings. We're out, we're finally out. God bless us, we're finally out. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Obviously, everyone was very excited. After all, the Bone City was an extremely terrifying place. They were extremely lucky to be able to come out. Beside them, the dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, I was scared to death. I thought we would be trapped in the Bone City and never be able to come out. To be honest, he was really scared. Because he had been sealed for thousands of years, if he was trapped in the Bone City again, he might as well kill himself. However, soon, the dark red divine dragon became suspicious. Kid, something's not right. Look at this place. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This is not the tilted moon world, we can absorb the spiritual chi around us. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws, and he found that he could control the spiritual chi around him with his spiritual fire. This was something that could not be done in the tilted moon world. It's true. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found that the aura here was completely different from the tilted moon world. Chapter 1808. Heavens, I can actually absorb spiritual energy. My suppressed cultivation has also recovered. Could it be that we've left the tilted moon mystic world? Everyone exclaimed as they realized that their surroundings were indeed different from the tilted moon mystic world. They were out. At this moment, many people looked up to the sky and cheered excitedly. They originally thought that they would be trapped in the tilted moon mystic world for the rest of their lives. Who knew that they would finally be able to leave? However, at this moment, a ray of light shot up into the sky. The Alcade Sage turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed into the sky. Not only him, but Yi Wudao and the Yi family also quickly left. Then, Gu Santong and a few other sky prides also quickly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also did not hesitate. He grabbed Lu Mingyue and put her back into the black earth. Then, the two opened the profound jade platform and directly teleported. Boom! In the next moment, the powerful figures mercilessly attacked and quickly chased after Lin Xian, the Alcade Sage, and the others. However, they came up empty-handed. Lin Xian and the other young sky prides were very decisive and quickly escaped. He had narrowly escaped the attack. However, the powerful figures did not give up and quickly chased after them. Terrifying auras spread for thousands of miles, but soon, the faces of these powerful figures turned green. This was because they realized that although they had left the tilted moon mystic world, they were near the entrance of the mystic world. There were a large number of peerless sages and elders of peerless sects there. Therefore, at this moment, their movements attracted the attention of those people. Soon, the Yi family and the Gu family quickly flew into the sky and protected the Alcade Sage, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others. Not only that, the elders of the remote antiquity families and peerless holy lands roared angrily and killed those powerful figures. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon used the profound jade platform to teleport continuously and completely left this area. One day later, the battle ended. The major forces rested and reorganized, and the strange things in the mystic world quickly spread. Those peerless sects, peerless holy lands, and remote antiquity families were shocked and they learned about what had happened in the tilted moon mystic world. This was because they realized that there were not only primitive residents there, but also the mysterious White Bone City. It seemed that there was definitely an ancient secret. In an instant, the elders of the peerless holy lands and remote antiquity families. However, they discovered that the entrance had already been closed. Outsiders would not be able to open it unless a saint descended. However, such a person had not appeared for many years. So, it was impossible to force. While the remote antiquity families and peerless sacred grounds were trying to come up with a solution, the other sects were roaring furiously. This was because they realized that they had lost more than half of their disciples. They were all elite geniuses. Losing even one of them was enough to make them feel extremely pained, let alone now that all of them had fallen. Damn brat, don't let me find you. The experts of the 5 Elements sect roared crazily. The experts who were heading towards the Holy Land were also filled with killing intent. They found out that their genius disciple, Ouyang Feng, was not killed by anyone. This made them extremely angry. However, the All Beginnings Holy Land was even more furious. They discovered that Lu Mingyue had disappeared. After asking around, they learned that Lu Mingyue had fought with someone in the Tilted Moon mystic world and was captured. This made them feel dizzy. Some of them couldn't even bear it. One must know that they had nurtured Lu Mingyue as their saintess. Moreover, they had already decided that they would make her the saintess of the All Beginnings Holy Land as soon as she came out. But now, who would have thought that Lu Mingyue would be captured? They had already learned from other cultivators that it was a demon king who had taken action. Lu Mingyue was doomed to fall into the hands of such a person. Everyone, take a look. Is it this person? An elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land took out a portrait. The portrait was of Lin Xian. That's right, it's him. Yes, it's this boy. Cries of alarm sounded. This kid is actually that Lin Xian who was previously on the wanted list. What? He also came in. Damn it. It's actually him. I didn't notice him at all. Countless roars sounded. To be honest, they hadn't noticed him at all. Even if they had noticed him, they wouldn't have cared. That was because the Tilted Moon Profound World had been sealed. Whether or not they could come out was another matter. There was no need for them to chase after Lin Xian for the bounty of the Wavering Light Holy Land. But now, things were different. They had already come out. The situation had taken a huge turn. Moreover, when the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land looked at Lin Xian's portrait, they gnashed their teeth in anger. They wished they could skin him alive. Find him. We must capture that boy. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were ferocious. The others were also preparing to search for Lin Xian. As for the Wavering Light Holy Land Saint Sun, he released a shocking piece of news. Not only had Lin Xian appeared in the Tilted Moon Profound World, but Mo Tianqi had also appeared. This news caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Their expressions all turned unsightly. After all, Mo Tianqi was an exceptional expert. If he came out, not many of them would be able to contend against him. Unless they ganged up on him. Moreover, they had learned from the Wavering Light Holy Land Saint Sun that Mo Tianqi had joined an organization called the Holy Hall. Holy Hall. Everyone frowned. They seemed to be pondering over this name. However, they discovered that they actually knew nothing about it. In the end, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land decided to leave this place. After all, Mo Tianqi's matter was too important. They had to return and discuss this matter properly. The others also left quickly. Some returned to report this matter, while others prepared to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the almighty experts and arrived at a nearby city. However, he soon discovered that there were people inquiring about him. It wasn't the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, it was the people of the Jade Lake Holy Land and the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. Could it be Qiu and Qingqing? Lin Xian's heart shook. He knew that the two of them had officially joined the Jade Lake Holy Land and the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. Now, these two holy lands were inquiring about him. It was very likely that they had received orders from Shenjingqiu and Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian probed around and discovered that there were no almighty experts following him. Therefore, he decided to make contact with the people of these two holy lands. Sure enough, the people he had contacted told him that it was Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing who had given them orders. Originally, the two of them had been very anxious when they learned that Lin Xian was being pursued. Therefore, they had hurriedly sent people to search for Lin Xian. However, they had never expected that Lin Xian would actually enter the Tilted Moon Profound World. He had been gone for almost a year. Chapter 1809. He had been gone for nearly a year. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu hadn't been able to obtain any news, so they could only patiently search for her. They hadn't expected that they would finally find her. The people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground quickly retreated because they informed Lin Xian that Shen Jingqiu was currently at a critical juncture of her cultivation and couldn't come out. Therefore, they returned to report the news. The people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land said that Murong Qingqing was nearby. They quickly brought Lin Xian out of the city and headed to the next city. 2 days later, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing met. Their eyes met, and the two of them sighed with emotion. Soon after, Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing into the Black Earth vessel and did it with her. 3 days later, the two of them came out. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were strolling on the grassland. Murong Qingqing listened to Lin Xian's story of what he had experienced in the past year, and her face was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, Lin Xian had come out. Otherwise, with the strangeness of the White Bone City and the Oblique Moon Mystic World, he might have been trapped inside for the rest of his life. You always make people worry. Murong Qingqing grumbled. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Xian laughed heartily. If other people knew that the Purple Afterglow Holy Land Saintess was worried about me, I wonder if those young geniuses would be heartbroken. That's right, Murong Qingqing had already become the Purple Afterglow Holy Land Saintess. Moreover, Lin Xian also knew that after Shen Jingqiu came out, she would very likely become the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saintess. They were all his women. Lin Xian was happy for them. At this time, Murong Qingqing asked, "That's right, what do you plan to do with that Lu Mingyue?" "Well, I have to think about it carefully." Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The other party's status was also very special. If he could make good use of them, he might be able to obtain the All Beginnings Holy Land support. Even though Lin Xian's strength was formidable right now, the forces behind him were simply too weak. He didn't have any sect or family to rely on. He could only rely on himself. If that was the case, it would be extremely dangerous for him to travel around the eastern wilderness. Therefore, he had to think of a way to rope in some forces. Now it seemed that with Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, at least the Jade Lake Sacred Land and the Xixia Sacred Land would not be his enemy. It was even possible that they would lend a helping hand at certain times. Murong Qingqing said, "It's up to you how you want to use her. Even if you want to keep her, I won't object." When Lin Xian heard this, he was a little surprised. Then, he muttered in his heart, "Is this a test?" In the next moment, he chuckled mischievously and said, "How can that be? I already have you and Qiu, why would I look for someone else?" Murong Qingqing also glared at Lin Xian with a faint smile. "Is that so? Who is Xiao Shui? Will you keep her?" Lin Xian was speechless. Murong Qingqing twirled her hair and said, "Don't worry. I won't be so petty. However, you have to remember one thing. You can't forget me, and you can't let me down." "Of course." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with warmth as he pulled her into his embrace. The two of them stayed together for a month. After that, Murong Qingqing returned to the Xixia Sacred Land. Lin Xian prepared to enter seclusion and cultivate. He had obtained many benefits in the Tilted Moon mystic world. His cultivation had increased greatly, and he had also comprehended some mysterious Tao patterns. He needed to properly digest all of this. Therefore, he came to a mountain range and directly opened a cave. He laid down a sky full of array formations and then entered the black earth. This seclusion lasted for half a year. During this half a year, Lin Xian's cultivation had completely stabilized. Not only that, but he had also improved a lot and reached the late-stage 4-star king realm. Moreover, he had also made some progress in comprehending those Tao patterns. It could be said that his current strength had increased by a large margin. Lin Xian didn't continue cultivating. He felt that half a year was enough. Moreover, he wanted to go out and see what the situation was like outside. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian came out of seclusion and happened to see Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue was still wearing her blue dress and was extremely beautiful. However, her complexion was extremely ugly. This was because she had been imprisoned by Lin Xian for more than half a year. This made her feel like she was going crazy. According to the sex agreement, she would become the All Beginnings Holy Land Saintess after she came out. She would become one of the most dazzling figures of the Eastern Wasteland's younger generation. But now, all of this was gone. Not only that, but she had also become Lin Xian's servant. She couldn't accept this at all. Therefore, when she saw Lin Xian come out, she clenched her teeth and said, "Brat, I advise you to release me. Otherwise, the All Beginnings Holy Land won't let you off." The All Beginnings Holy Land. It doesn't matter. I've already provoked the Wavering Light Holy Land. Adding another All Beginnings Holy Land doesn't matter. Provoke the Wavering Light Holy Land. Lu Mingyue was stunned. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed the people of the Four Symbols Holy Land and the Five Elements sect in the Oblique Moon mystic world. But now, Lin Xian didn't mention these things and only mentioned the Wavering Light Holy Land. Why? Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered. Soon, she recalled a piece of news she had heard before entering the Oblique Moon mystic world. In the next instant, her expression changed drastically. She pointed at Lin Xian and screamed. "You are that Lin Xian wanted by the Wavering Light Holy Land. Not bad. You actually guessed it. That's right, I am Lin Xian. Damned brat, it's actually you." Lu Mingyue was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected Lin Xian to have such an origin. But in the next instant, she said in a deep voice, "Lin Xian, I advise you not to make a mistake. If you let me go, I guarantee that I won't make things difficult for you. Moreover, the All Beginnings Holy Land won't look for trouble with you. Is that so? I'd be a fool if I believed you." Lin Xian sneered. He wasn't moved at all. Lu Mingyue's expression turned gloomy. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Lin Xian sat to the side and said faintly, "To be honest, I really wanted to train you into a maid. That's because I didn't expect to be able to leave the Oblique Moon mystic world so quickly. But now that I'm out, the situation is different. As a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, you have the potential to become the saintess. Now that you've been captured by me, it's a great humiliation to the All Beginnings Holy Land. I'm afraid that the other party wishes to kill me to vent his hatred. Therefore, I can't let you live." "What? You dare to attack me?" Lu Mingyue tensed up. She subconsciously took 3 steps back. Her entire body tensed up. One must know that the other party had never planned to kill her before. This made her think that the other party was afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land and didn't dare to kill her. But now, she saw a trace of determination in the other party's eyes. It was clear that the other party was really going to attack her. Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank. She quickly tried to think of a way to prevent herself from being killed by the other party. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the All Beginnings Holy Land will definitely not let you off. Chapter 18:10. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the All Beginnings Holy Land will absolutely not let you off. Lin Xian shook his head. This reason won't do. Even if I don't kill you, the All Beginnings Holy Land will still find trouble with me. At this point, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and continued, I can point you in the right direction. Why don't you become my maid and serve me? Perhaps I can spare your life if you do so. Lu Mingyue became even more nervous. Her palms even started to sweat. She knew what it meant to be a maid. It was different from serving tea and water. If she became a maid, not only would she have to serve tea and water, but she might even become a cultivation furnace for the other party. If that happened, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, she clenched her teeth and said, Don't even think about it. My husband must be an indomitable spirit that stands above all. Right now, you don't have the qualifications. Lu Mingyue said that her current situation was very dangerous. However, she also had her own pride. Among the younger generation, she was an incomparably dazzling existence. In her heart, her idols were those indomitable young heavenly prides who had the qualifications to become great emperors. In her opinion, although Lin Xian was powerful, he still didn't have the qualifications to do so. Your ambitions aren't small. Lin Xian smiled, not caring at all. However, I am very curious. What conditions can you offer me to let you off? Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered as if she was making a final struggle. But at this time, the void suddenly shook and an extremely powerful explosion came from outside. Although the black earth wasn't damaged, Lin Xian could clearly sense the situation outside. Have we been discovered? Lin Xian frowned. This shouldn't be the case. He had arranged many array formations outside. Even an almighty being shouldn't have been able to discover him. But now, someone was actually bombarding the cave. This left him flabbergasted. Could it be that someone was fighting and accidentally affected this place? Lin Xian guessed. Soon, however, 2 more attacks landed on the black earth, causing the ship to shake violently. Someone really did discover us. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that the other party's target was clearly the black earth. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the outside world. Then, he saw that the entire mountain range had been blasted open, revealing more than half of the cracks. There were dozens of figures in front of him, completely surrounding this place. There was indeed someone. Lin Xian frowned. He walked out and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? Why did you destroy my cave? You're disturbing my cultivation. You're that Lin Xian. At this moment, a young man walked out from the front with a scroll in his hand. After comparing the two, he asked coldly. That's right, it's me. Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. If it's you, then it's easy. The young man sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Shout out to the surrounding people. Take him down. Yes. When the kings heard this order, they all drew their swords and sabers. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies as they locked onto Lin Xian. Who are you? You actually dared to attack me. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would come looking for trouble with him. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be people from the Wavering Light Holy Land. You dared to kill a disciple of my All Beginnings Holy Land. You're truly audacious. Today, I'll capture you and bring you back to the sect. The young man coldly snorted, his expression ice cold. All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was just talking about the All Beginnings Holy Land a moment ago. He didn't expect that the other party would come knocking on his door. Then, the corners of his lips curled up. Your future saintess is still in my hands. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill her if you act rashly? Future saintess. The young man sneered. What future saintess? She was captured by you and became a prisoner. She has already lost the qualifications to become a saintess. If you want to kill her, then kill her. Even if you don't do anything, we will still kill her. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this heartless voice. Then, he waved his hand and summoned Lu Mingyue from the black earth. Did you hear what I said? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Lu Mingyue didn't reply. However, her complexion was exceptionally gloomy. It was clear that she had heard everything. She stared at the other party and coldly asked, What did you say? Say it again. Ah, you slut, you really came out. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The young man sneered. What did I say? Are you deaf? I'm here on the orders of the branch Holy Land to capture you and this brat. I'll kill you both. Nonsense. Lu Mingyue coldly snorted. I am the future all-beginning saintess. How could the sect kill me? How is that possible? The young man sneered. You no longer have the qualifications to become a saintess. The only one who can become a saintess is my elder sister. It was clear that the All Beginnings Holy Land was the same as the other holy lands. Behind every official saintess were some reserve saintesses. Lu Mingyue was clearly one of the reserve saintesses. The elder sister of the young man should also be a reserve saintess. Originally, Lu Mingyue had the qualifications to become a true saintess. But now, it seemed that she had been abandoned by the sect. As for the other party's elder sister, it was very likely that she would become a true saintess. Lu Mingyue naturally also thought of this. Thus, her complexion turned ice-cold. Her body even trembled in anger. She hadn't expected that the sect would abandon her and let another disciple become the all-beginning saintess. Not only that, but what made her feel even more despair was that the sect actually wanted to kill her. Why? I don't understand. Lu Mingyue clenched her jade-like hands so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palms. It was clear that she couldn't accept this news. I, Lu Mingyue, entered the All Beginnings Holy Land when I was 3 years old. I've been in the All Beginnings Holy Land all these years. I've already treated it as my home. But now, the sect actually wants to kill me. Why is that? Lu Mingyue finally roared in anger. Why? You are truly naive. A holy land wouldn't find someone with questionable chastity to become a saintess. Not to mention, you're already someone else's prisoner. Who knows what the two of you have done? The young man looked down at Lu Mingyue. His eyes were filled with ridicule. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Serves you right. Who allowed you to enter the oblique moon mystic world for no reason? Moreover, if you're not strong enough, don't try to show off. Otherwise, you'll become someone else's prisoner. If I were you, I would have committed suicide long ago. Ah! I'll kill you. Lu Mingyue screamed in anger. Then, she thrust her jade-like hands forward and grabbed at the young man. Seeing this scene, the young man jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. However, when he saw that Lu Mingyue was only putting on an act and didn't release any terrifying power from her body, he immediately threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. You want to kill me with just you alone. Don't forget that you're now a prisoner. The young man's eyes were filled with savagery. Save your strength. Chapter 1811. The youth's eyes were filled with savagery. Save your strength. I advise you to obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. After I kill this brat, I'll have a good taste of your beauty. It would be a pity if such a beautiful girl were to be killed just like that. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you taste the taste of pain before you die. Damn it. I can't accept this. Lu Mingyue gnashed her teeth in anger. She wanted to rush over but was stopped by a palm. Let go of me. Lu Mingyue turned her head and glared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It was all because of this brat before her that she had fallen into such a desperate situation. However, Lin Xian tightened his grip and squeezed her shoulder. Then, a surge of energy entered her body. Lu Mingyue immediately closed her eyes and fainted. In the next instant, she was sent to the Black Earth by Lin Xian. He hadn't expected that the All Beginnings Holy Land would kill Lu Mingyue as well. However, he didn't want to kill her right now. Thus, he sent her to a safe place. He alone was enough to deal with these people. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. Then, he asked indifferently, "Are you going to kill yourselves in front of me? Or do you want me to do it myself? I advise you to choose the first option. Otherwise, if I do it myself, your end will be very miserable." Sanction. Humph. Brat, I think water must have entered your head. You actually dare to speak such big words in front of me. Do you know how many people I brought with me this time? How strong are they? You're just a small loose cultivator. Do you have the ability to resist them? Even if you can defeat Lu Mingyue, the people I brought with me are enough to suppress someone like you. Go. Kill him for me. The youth sneered and waved his hand. Brat, let me deal with you. I want to see what kind of ability you have for you to actually dare to speak such arrogant words. This was a middle-aged man. His cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star king. His strength was incomparably powerful. When he heard the word sanction, this middle-aged man was naturally infuriated. Therefore, at this moment, when the young man gave the order, he immediately stood up and wanted to take care of Lin Xian by himself. From his point of view, even though Lin Xian had captured Lu Mingyue, he must have used despicable means and definitely did not fight her head-on. One had to know that he had sensed Lin Xian's cultivation base, and he was only a late-stage 4-star king. This kind of cultivation was simply too weak. He didn't believe that this young man could contend against a 6-star king. After all, there was a difference of 2 levels between them. These 2 levels could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. It was like a dragon against an ant. Therefore, at this moment, he stood out very confidently and completely disregarded Lin Xian. You. Lin Xian coldly snorted and revealed a look of disdain. I advise you to attack together. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to attack. How dare you? Brat, you're too arrogant. The middle-aged man who stood out immediately flew into a rage when he heard this. The other party actually dared to look down on him. This was truly unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared, raised his finger, and pressed forward. Boom! 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 His body shone brightly as endless power gathered on his finger. A terrifying chaotic light quickly surged out. This was the chaotic light. Lin Xian had seen it more than once. Now that it was being used by a 6-star king, it was extremely terrifying. The chaotic light was like lightning, erupting with a dazzling light. The tyrannical power directly tore through the void. With intense killing intent, it ruthlessly blasted toward Lin Xian. The middle-aged man had a smug smile on his face. He was very confident in his chaotic light. One had to know that he was a 6-star king, and the other party was only a 4-star king. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In fact, in his opinion, he only needed one chaotic light to kill the other party. The main reason they had come this time was to kill Lu Mingyue. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many experts to deal with a 4-star king. Humph. Facing the extremely dazzling chaotic light, Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he punched out. The terrifying fist carried a violent power, and it was like a black mountain moving rapidly in the air. Boom! The black fist ruthlessly blasted on the chaotic light, directly shattering that dazzling light. The middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't seem to have expected this result. The others were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be able to destroy the chaotic light so easily. Buzz! Lin Xian shattered the chaotic light with a punch, but he didn't stop. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed in front of him. Oh no! Seeing Lin Xian attack, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Xian only stretched out a finger, the terrifying sword chi on it made his hair stand on end. Even the blood in his body froze. Puff! When the finger touched the middle-aged man's body, he directly vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. A transparent bloody hole appeared on his body. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. A 4-star king had easily injured a 6-star king. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Damn it! How can this brat have such a powerful strength? We underestimated this kid. Could it be that he caught Lu Mingyue head-on? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. They were indeed careless. They didn't care about the other party at all. This time, they came prepared to deal with Lu Mingyue with all their strength. However, it seemed that the situation wasn't like that at all. The other party's strength was definitely not inferior to Lu Mingyue's. At least, none of them could defeat the middle-aged man so easily. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He clutched his wound as if he had seen a ghost. He was extremely terrified. However, he didn't have time to think because Lin Xian arrived in front of him again. He raised his arm, and a dazzling sword light streaked across the void. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying again. The injuries on his body were even more serious. That sword light almost split his body into 2 halves. Ah! The middle-aged man was hit twice and roared crazily. His entire body emitted light as he quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi to heal the wounds on his body. At the same time, he took out 6 pills from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. Finally, the wounds stopped, but his face was abnormally pale. How dare you hurt me? I'll definitely kill you. The 6-star king roared crazily. When had he ever suffered such a loss at the hands of a 4-star king? Therefore, he was really angry. In the next moment, light erupted from his body. A huge king's domain covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. Chapter 1812. Standing in the air, he looked down at Lin Xian and coldly said, "In my king domain, I will make you wish you were dead." He had already decided that he wouldn't let Lin Xian die so easily. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted and used the world-destroying Black Dragon Fist. His terrifying fist transformed into a raging dragon that soared into the sky. Boom! 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 Instantly, millions of raging black dragons flew out from Lin Xian's fist and rapidly crashed into the king domain. Caw! 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 In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the king domain. Then, the king domain was forcefully torn apart by the millions of raging dragons. How is this possible? Everyone didn't dare to believe what they saw. As for the middle-aged man, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was sent flying once more. The radiance on his body dimmed. Shocking, this was simply too shocking. He hadn't expected that his ultimate move, the king domain, would be blasted apart by his opponent. This was something he had never encountered in his life. Who would have thought that a 4-star king would possess such a powerful battle prowess? Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to easily blast apart his king domain. However, his opponent had done so easily. It's over. Lin Xian coldly snorted and extended his finger. A sharp sword light descended from the sky and directly pierced through the 6-star king. From start to finish, he had used a total of 4 moves to kill a 6-star king. This method was truly heaven-defying. When the surrounding All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. As for the youth from before, his expression turned gloomy. He had discovered that his opponent was simply too powerful. This made him feel extremely uneasy. Therefore, he decided that he had to quickly kill his opponent. Go! Kill him for me, the youth crazily roared. Immediately, over a dozen figures in the surroundings moved rapidly and launched terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to kill an expert of my All Beginnings Holy Land in front of everyone. So what if you're strong? In front of so many of us, you have no way to survive. Kneel down and accept your death. If you do, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead. 5 figures were the first to arrive. Their expressions were cold, and their bodies were filled with immense power and terrifying killing intent. Facing the powerful 5 people, Lin Xian didn't say anything. He pulled out the 9-nether devil sword and stabbed out. This sword strike was simple and unadorned. It didn't even have any resplendent light or the sound of thunder. It was like an ordinary sword, slowly thrusting out. However, it was this ordinary sword technique that caused the expressions of the surrounding kings to change. This was because they sensed a hidden danger from this simple and unadorned sword light. It made their hearts jump and their hairs stand on end. They knew that this sword strike was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The 5 of them roared as a powerful energy erupted from their bodies. They wanted to join forces and kill Lin Xian. However, they still underestimated this sword. This was because this was a sword technique that Lin Xian had comprehended over the past 6 months. Puff! 1 sword. Just 1 stab. Heaven and earth changed color, and blood sprayed everywhere. 5 miserable cries sounded, making the remaining king tiers' scalps go numb. The figures of the 5 kings stopped in the void and then crashed to the ground. There was a bloody hole in between their eyebrows. It was pierced through by a sword. Not only their bodies, but even their souls had been wiped out in an instant. This scene caused the hearts of the remaining kings to turn cold. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it kill 5 powerful kings in an instant? That was too terrifying. The arrogant youth also began to tremble. He had long lost his previous arrogance, and his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he had never seen such a terrifying sword technique. How did he do it? Damn it, all of you, kill him together. The youth roared crazily as he kept retreating and issuing orders. Kill. The remaining 8 emperors exchanged glances with one another before charging out with furious roars. Terrifying auras surged over like smoke signals, bringing with them terrifying light that illuminated the entire sky. This time, they had received orders from their sects to kill the other party. Therefore, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had to attack. Boom! 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 Terrifying energy exploded in an instant. Lin Xian waved his arm, and a green domain quickly appeared behind him, enveloping the 8 kings. Buzz! Sword chi swept across the sky, and it was extremely sharp. The terrifying sword chi streaked across the sky like lightning. Intense collisions sounded and then quickly disappeared. This process lasted for a very short time. Before the arrogant youth could react, Lin Xian had already removed the dragon sword domain. Then, the 8 kings fell from the sky. Their bodies were pierced by countless sword chi, and they were no longer breathing. Facing the dragon sword domain, they had no power to resist at all. Impossible. This is impossible. The arrogant youth's eyes widened in disbelief. The kings that he had brought were all extremely terrifying. They were the elites of their sections. Every one of them could make the entire space tremble. But now, these people attacked together, and they couldn't even take down a 4-star king. This was simply too unbelievable. Not only that, so many elites were killed in an instant. He couldn't believe it at all. Now, it's your turn. Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. He looked like a killing god as his cold eyes locked onto the youth. Brat, if you dare to touch me, you're dead. My sister is already the saint of all beginnings. The youth gnashed his teeth. He didn't dare to attack at all, afraid that the other party would kill him instantly. Therefore, he could only use his sister to intimidate the other party. The saint of all beginnings was a peak existence among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, she might become the master of the all beginnings holy land in the future. Therefore, even the older generation and almighties had to be polite when facing the saint of all beginnings. This was because she was the future master of the all beginnings holy land. However, such a glorious identity was ineffective in front of Lin Xian. So what if she's the saint of all beginnings? Even if you're the saint of all beginnings' younger brother, I'll still kill you. Lin Xian didn't even bat an eye at the threat. He had even killed almighties before, let alone the younger brother of a saint of all beginnings. My sister is in a nearby city. If you dare to touch her, you're dead. The youth made a final struggle. She's nearby. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had originally wanted to kill the other party, but now he changed his mind. Since the other party was nearby, he had to kill them all in one fell swoop. This was to prevent those people from gathering more experts. Therefore, Lin Xian put away his demonic sword and coldly looked at the other party. Chapter 1813. In the next instant, Lin Xian put away his demonic sword and coldly looked at the youth. Seeing Lin Xian suddenly stop and put away his demonic sword, the youth was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed complacently. How is it, kid? Are you afraid now? If you know what's good for you, then quickly release me. Otherwise, you're dead. Obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. Then, hand over Lu Mingyue and I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, before the youth could finish his words, Lin Xian slapped him and sent him flying. Baw. The youth's body spun 360 times in the air before heavily slamming into the ground, creating a large crater. What an idiot! A trash like you dares to be arrogant in front of me. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Woo woo. The youth covered his face and quickly nodded. He didn't dare to say anything now because this slap had smashed half of his face into mush. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The youth felt Lin Xian's gaze and hurriedly shook his head. I won't kill you. You can take me with you. I'm going to look for your sister and the others. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. Then, he grabbed the arrogant youth and quickly flew toward the nearby city. Blue Pole City, a training ground of the All Beginnings Holy Land. It occupied a vast area, as big as a city. Moreover, the buildings inside were majestic and the scenery was pleasant. Spiritual energy filled the air, making it seem like a paradise on earth. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter was here with a large number of experts. In front of the huge city gate, some guards were chatting and laughing. These guards wore battle armor and held spears in their hands. Their auras were extremely sharp. Little young master has been out for so long. He should be back soon, right? Looking at the time, he should have caught that kid surnamed Lin. Little young master brought so many experts with him. Let alone that kid surnamed Lin, even a small sect would be destroyed. That kid surnamed Lin is too arrogant. He actually dared to provoke our All Beginnings Holy Land. It seems he doesn't know the meaning of death. The guards sneered, bang. However, at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Suddenly, dust flew into the air, and the ground trembled slightly. The conversation of the guards was interrupted, and they all looked in front of them in shock. Who dares to behave atrociously in the All Beginnings Holy Land? Hurry up and come out. These people held swords and sabers as they shouted coldly. The dust dispersed, revealing the face of a young man. Immediately, the faces of the guards changed. Young master. They were extremely shocked because they didn't expect that the figure in front of them was actually the young master they were talking about. That was the younger brother of their saintess. Didn't they go to kill Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue? Why are they back so soon? And what about the others? Why is the young master in such a sorry state, falling directly to the ground? These people were extremely puzzled. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. That was because another figure had descended from the sky. It was a young man who was extremely handsome. He wore a green robe and looked like an immortal. He had an ethereal aura about him. He quickly landed on the ground and stepped on the young master's head with one foot. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you injure the young master? Impudent! Hurry up and get lost! Angry roars rang out one after another. However, when they saw the other party, they were all stunned. It's you. You're that Lin Xian. You're not dead. How is this possible? Heavens, how could this be? Didn't the young master bring more than a dozen experts to chase after him? Why is the other party still alive? And the young master is seriously injured. To be honest, they were really confused. They didn't know what had happened. On the ground in front of them, the young master said with difficulty, "Inform my sister and save me." Yes. Hearing this, two of the guards turned around and left. They turned into two bolts of lightning and flew inside. They wanted to inform the saintess of All Beginnings. Because the situation in front of them was really too strange. Puff! Puff! However, in the next moment, their bodies stiffened and they fell to the ground with a plop. Blood flowed out from between their eyebrows. Lin Xian slowly lowered his arm and said coldly, "You want to inform the saintess? No need to go through so much trouble. I'll directly kill my way in." You! When the remaining guards saw this scene, their scalps went numb. This was too domineering. He killed two guards with a raise of his hand. Didn't he know that this was the All Beginnings Palace? Wasn't he afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? Seeing this scene, the young master on the ground roared crazily, "Are you all trash? Hurry up and kill him." Hearing this voice, the guards came back to their senses. They pulled out their swords and pointed them at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, scram. Brat, you're too arrogant. This is the All Beginnings Palace. You can't behave atrociously here." The guards were obviously powerful kings as well. In the next moment, they quickly unleashed their king's domains and enveloped Lin Xian. Wang! 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 In an instant, 5 or 6 king domains enveloped Lin Xian. Terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. Ha 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 ha! What Lin Xian! What genius! Surrounded by so many king domains, he can't resist at all. That's right. He's really an idiot. He wants to fight against all of us alone. Too naive. From now on, Lin Xian's name is history. These people sneered and strode forward, wanting to save the young master. Pang! Suddenly, a sharp sword light flashed in the void. Then, all the king domains were quickly torn apart. Pang! 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 The guards' bodies instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. No! Damn it! How can this be? When the young master saw this scene, he roared crazily. However, in the next moment, his voice stopped. This was because a sword chi had pierced through him and nailed him to the ground. Young master! From the door in front of him, a flash of light quickly flew over. It was like a gale, carrying a huge amount of energy. Brat, you dare to attack! In the gale, an angry roar sounded. It was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Then, a large green palm stretched out from the gale and ruthlessly slapped at Lin Xian. Chi! Lin Xian's expression was indifferent as he stabbed out with his sword. Pooh! In the next instant, the large green palm disappeared. The light that filled the sky also vanished. A figure was nailed in the air by a demonic sword. What? How is this possible? When the kings who had rushed over saw this scene, they were all stunned. That was because Lin Xian was standing in front of them like a killing god. He held the demonic sword in his hand and pierced through the All Beginnings Holy Land's expert. That was a 6-star king. Just like that, he was nailed in the air by a sword. This scene caused the surrounding people to not dare to believe their eyes. At this moment, they were all stunned. They didn't dare to attack. Chapter 1814. Pang! 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 His footsteps were like thunder, carrying the weight of a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. With every step he took, everyone's hearts would beat wildly, and their bodies would tremble as though they were about to explode. Whoosh! The cultivators who had rushed over to help forcibly opened up a path in front of Lin Xian. No one dared to block him. At this moment, the city gate was completely silent. An invisible pressure enveloped everyone's head. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His sword trembled, releasing a black sword chi that nailed the 6-star king to the city wall. Then, he strode into the city. What happened here quickly alerted the experts in the city. Many figures rushed over from the city like gods and demons. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously in my all-beginning training ground? Quickly kneel down and accept your death. Cold shouts resounded. Then, in the huge square, terrifying fists, saber lights, and terrifying palm shadows all blasted toward Lin Xian. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian still stabbed out with his sword. The black demonic sword was like a mountain, causing the entire void to distort. Not only that, but a terrifying gale blew between heaven and earth. Every gale was formed by the sword light and was extremely sharp. Pang! 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 In an instant, the terrifying attacks that filled the sky were all slashed apart by the sword. The four figures in the sky were shaken out of their positions. Their faces were filled with shock as though they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to believe that someone could slash apart all their attacks with a single sword. Unless the other party was an almighty. However, the youth in front of them didn't have the aura of an almighty. In other words, the other party wasn't an almighty. But how did he do it? Lin Xian didn't answer their questions. Instead, he strode forward. The demonic sword in his hand transformed into a long black dragon. The sword chi danced, and a terrifying sword light surged out again. It was like a black sea that swept out in all directions. Boom! The sword light was too terrifying. It caused the entire space to dim. Not only that, but the four figures seemed to have been struck by lightning and were instantly sliced apart by the sword light. In front of Lin Xian, the four experts didn't even have the chance to resist. The kings who had just arrived felt their scalps go numb upon seeing this. Fortunately, they didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, they would have ended up the same as now. However, they were even more terrified in their hearts. Is he really just a puny four-star king? Why is his combat strength almost on par with that of a mighty figure? However, this was the all-beginning Dao grounds after all. There were countless experts here, so more experts quickly rushed over. Wang! This time, an old figure descended. The old man's face was glowing red, and his figure was tall and big. Although he was old, the aura he exuded was as vast as the ocean. He was much more powerful than the previous kings. Clearly, this was a terrifying expert. Behind this old man, there were many powerful kings of 10,000 beginnings. They quickly descended like gods and devils, suppressing the surroundings. The purple-robed elder's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then, his face darkened. Finally, he glared at Lin Xian, his eyes burning with rage. Brat, who the hell are you? How dare you do this? Are you not afraid of the revenge of my all-beginning holy land? Who am I? Lin Xian sneered. You sent people to kill me, but you don't even know who I am. Impossible. The purple-robed elder shook his head, his expression ice-cold. You can't be that brat. He's just a puny four-star king. It's impossible for him to have such powerful combat strength. Who the hell are you? Why are you making an enemy out of the all-beginning holy land? You really are an idiot, Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. I am Lin Xian. Today, I've come to take your dog lives. After saying that, the sword light on Lin Xian's body became even more dazzling. You're courting death. No matter who you are, you won't have a good ending for daring to provoke my all-beginning holy land. The purple-robed elder's expression was incomparably gloomy. Purple flames danced on his body, and his terrifying aura caused everyone in the surroundings to tremble. It was clear that he was angry. Although the surrounding kings were trembling, they were excited. They knew how strong the purple-robed elder was. As long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill this despicable brat. Sure enough, the purple-robed elder waved his hand. Countless rays of light condensed in front of him, forming a simple and unadorned circular mirror. Mysterious runes flickered on the surface of the mirror. Buzz! A resplendent ray of light rushed out from the surface of the mirror. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the void and flew toward Lin Xian at high speed. This was a powerful martial technique that could easily kill a 6-star king. Very few people below the realm of supreme existences could contend against it. The purple-robed elder was truly infuriated by the person in front of him. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate move to kill the brat in front of him. Humph! Lin Xian held his sword and took a step forward. His left hand was like a dragon as he punched out. Light soared into the sky, and a berserk aura surged like the sea. Pang! This punch directly shattered that resplendent ray of light. Boom! Not only that, but the terrifying fist wind formed a powerful energy that rushed forward. Immediately, the unadorned circular mirror filled with runes was also affected. The purple-robed elder's expression changed. Although the other party had only punched out once, he could clearly feel the terrifying power of the other party's punch. A single punch had dealt with his divine ability. It had to be said that this was definitely beyond his imagination. You're courting death. Brat, you're too presumptuous. The purple-robed elder flew into a rage. The other party was still so arrogant in their territory. If this were to spread, he would definitely be ridiculed by the world. Therefore, he had to use all his strength to kill the other party. Buzz! The void trembled. The purple-robed elder waved his hand and a long purple saber appeared in the void. It flickered with incomparably resplendent rays of light and slashed forward. Puff! The purple saber light was like a bolt of purple lightning, illuminating the entire sky. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without fear, he raised his sword to meet the attack. His goal was obvious. He wanted to destroy the All Beginnings training ground and capture the All Beginnings Saintess. Buzz! A terrifying sword light soared into the sky with an incomparably sharp aura. Since obtaining the Dragon Sword's secret technique, Lin Xian's Great Dragon Sword soul had become even more powerful. Now, every ray of sword chi was like a giant dragon. It was abnormally terrifying. Boom! The saber and sword collided, and a deafening sound reverberated in all directions. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand this power. Not only that, the incomparably frightening purple blade light exploded like a crystal in an instant. Lin Xian waved his arm, which was like a dragon, and stabbed out rapidly. Damn it! The purple-robed elder's expression turned ugly. But in the next moment, a tyrannical power erupted from his body again. The long purple saber in his hand was like a purple sun as it quickly swung out. This time, the saber light was even larger. It connected the heavens and the earth and triggered a vision of the heavens and the earth. Moreover, the purple saber light was filled with countless chaotic chi. Chapter 18:15. It was as heavy as a mountain, seemingly capable of crushing the entire space. This is the primal chaos saber technique. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they were wild with joy. They knew that this was the All Beginnings Holy Land's ability. Now that the purple-clothed old man had used it, it was incomparably terrifying. Very few six-star kings would be able to resist it. Presumably, that brat Lin Xian wouldn't be able to resist it either. One sword breaking all techniques. Facing the powerful purple-clothed old man, Lin Xian's performance was even stronger. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he directly slashed out with his sword, forcibly resisting the purple saber lights that filled the sky. Boom! 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 A huge explosion occurred in the sky, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The black sword light slashed down from the sky, shattering everything in its path. Those terrifying purple saber lights were mercilessly torn apart like paper. Not only that, but the purple blade was also sliced in half by the sword strike. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. The purple-clothed old man was even more shocked. Not only had his attack been destroyed, but his entire body had also been enveloped by a sharp sword light. No! The purple-clothed old man crazily roared. 18 simple shields rushed out of his body, rapidly revolving around him in an attempt to resist. Caw! 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 In the next instant, the 18 simple purple shields exploded. As for the purple-clothed old man, he was also slashed apart by the sword light. He was killed again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all went crazy. Who was this person? This was too crazy. Could it be that this person was really just a 4-star king? They didn't dare to imagine. They even suspected that this youth before them was an almighty in disguise. His goal was to heavily injure their all beginnings holy land. Damn it! This brat is too arrogant. Everyone, attack together. Kill him. The kings that had followed the purple-clothed old man earlier all roared furiously. They couldn't accept this result. Thus, they decided to attack together. As for Lin Xian, his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demonic god. He held the 9-nether demonic sword in his hand and slashed out a crescent-shaped black sword light that rapidly streaked across the sky. The kings that wanted to attack didn't even have the chance to do so before they were killed. As for the others, they all felt their scalps go numb and did not dare to attack again. How were they supposed to fight? The other party was simply too strong. They were beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. It was likely that only the Saintess or an expert of the almighty level would be able to suppress him. Who are you? How dare they cause trouble here? Disturbing the Saintess's cultivation? At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Then, a figure descended from the sky like a long spear. Senior Wang Ping. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw that figure, and all of them were overjoyed. The person who descended from the sky was a youth. Although he had a young appearance, his status in the All Beginnings Holy Land was extremely noble. Even the purple-robed old man from before was no match for him. That was because Wang Ping was one of the candidates. He was extremely powerful and had a very good relationship with the new Saintess of All Beginnings, so he was also here at this moment. The moment Wang Ping landed, he frowned. This was because he discovered that there was a lot of blood around him, as well as the corpses of their Holy Land's experts. This caused his expression to darken. What's going on? He asked coldly. Is there a powerful being here? Truth be told, this kind of thing would normally never happen in their All Beginnings Holy Land. After all, they were a peerless holy land that no one dared to provoke. But now, so many experts had been killed. This shocked him greatly. Senior Wang Ping, you must avenge us. It's that brat. He's the one who killed so many experts. Everyone pointed at Lin Xian. What? It's him. Wang Ping was shocked. His gaze finally landed on Lin Xian. Truth be told, he hadn't paid attention to this person before because the other party's aura was only that of a late 4-star king. This kind of cultivation was nothing in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Thus, he hadn't taken it to heart. However, he did not expect that the scene before him was caused by someone he had neglected. This gave him an inconceivable feeling. He even suspected that he had misheard. But in the next moment, his expression darkened, and ice-cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. That was because Lin Xian shouted in front of him, "Who are you? Hurry up and tell your Saintess to come out." Arrogant. The other party was simply too arrogant. He actually dared to come to their doorstep and shout so arrogantly in their territory. He couldn't tolerate this. Brat, who are you? Wang Ping coldly snorted. Senior brother, he's that little thief Lin Xian. A disciple beside him hurriedly reminded him. What? He's that Lin Xian. Wang Ping was stunned. Then, a sinister expression appeared on his face. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. Previously, the Wavering Light Holy Land had issued a wanted order for this person. Moreover, not long ago, news had spread that this person had captured their All Beginnings Holy Land's genius, Lu Mingyue. Thus, many disciples in the All Beginnings Holy Land considered Lin Xian to be a demon. They wished that they could personally kill him. It was just that Wang Ping hadn't expected that the other party would actually appear here. So you're that Lin Xian? Wang Ping frowned. Although the other party had only revealed the cultivation of a late 4-star king, his strength had already surpassed the majority of 6-star kings. Brat, I have to admit that you're very smart. You actually suppressed your cultivation to that of a 4-star king and fooled so many experts. However, it's a pity that your little tricks are useless before me. Wang Ping coldly said. In his opinion, the reason why the other party had been able to kill so many experts was because he had concealed his cultivation. This had caused the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivators to be careless. Thus, the other party had been able to act. As for Wang Ping, he absolutely wouldn't fall for such a trick. Concealed my cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He wasn't concealing his cultivation. Instead, he was truly a late 4-star king. However, there was no need to tell Wang Ping about this. In the next instant, he tightened his grip on the demonic sword and coldly said, "Since you're not willing to call out your holy maiden, I can only go and find her myself." "Humph, with just you. Brat, if you want to find the holy maiden, you'll have to pass through me first." Wang Ping coldly shouted. As one of the late holy sons, his strength was formidable and incomparably terrifying. Thus, at this moment, he didn't place Lin Xian in his eyes. "Since you dare to block my path, I can only kill you. Then, I'll go and find the holy maiden of all beginnings." Lin Xian's voice was indifferent. Then, he took large strides forward. "You're courting death." Wang Ping was truly enraged. He couldn't tolerate the other party's casual attitude. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Primal Chaos Treasure Wheel. With a furious shout, a radiance that filled the sky condensed in his right hand, forming a huge wheel that rapidly rotated. Chapter 18:16. The Dharma wheel was completely formed by the chaotic aura and was extremely terrifying. As it spun, it carried the power of wind and thunder, and could easily shatter the void. Buzz! Wang Ping activated the huge Dharma wheel and slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the long sword in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved. An extremely powerful force surged out. It followed the 9-nether demonic sword and swept forward. The 9-nether demonic sword trembled and let out a tsunami-like sound, blooming with bright light. The entire demonic sword seemed to have come alive, like a living black dragon, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. It caused the entire space to boil. The long sword was waved, and thousands of sword lights burst out, completely enveloping the entire space. Buzz! Wang Ping's expression changed drastically because in his vision, everything around him had disappeared, and there was only a black long sword between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying as it pierced towards him. Boom! Boom! This sword was too powerful, and it caused the entire space to shake violently. Poof! Wang Ping's body was pierced through by the sword. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. However, Lin Xian didn't even look at him as he strode forward. At this moment, he had the aura of killing gods and Buddhas in his way. Nothing could stop him. The surrounding experts from the sacred grounds were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. They were like a tide, quickly opening up a path. Powerful. He was simply too powerful. Facing a saint candidate and killing him with a single sword, this method was heaven-defying. This was definitely an extremely terrifying killing god. Perhaps only a true saint or saintess could subdue him. Lin Xian held the 9 nether demonic sword and strode forward. Wherever he passed, no one stopped him. Not only that, but there were also drops of blood flowing from the 9 nether demonic sword, dripping onto the ground. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Xian was completely unstained. This contrast made everyone's scalp tingle. They even had to kneel on the ground. Was he really just a 4-star king? Some people were puzzled. They did not dare to believe that a 4-star king could have such powerful combat strength. They even suspected that this was definitely a saint-level figure. Lin Xian came to the front and looked up. In front of them was a continuous stretch of palaces that were incomparably majestic. The one in the center was like a celestial palace, surrounded by dazzling light. This should be the All Beginnings Holy Land, the place where the saint is cultivated. Lin Xian stopped and looked ahead, finally locking onto the palace in front of him. Then, he took another step forward and walked over. The surrounding experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land also followed behind them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing Lin Xian walk over, countless figures quickly appeared around the palace, each of them extremely powerful. It was filled with a murderous aura. They looked coldly at Lin Xian. Who are you? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for starting a massacre. These people were all elites among kings, and they were in charge of protecting the saintess. Therefore, they naturally did not allow anyone to cause trouble near the palace. Tell your holy maiden to come out. Lin Xian held the blood-dripping killing sword in his hand, his voice incomparably cold. Hearing this, everyone around him sucked in a cold breath. As for the guards in front, their expressions sank. The saintess of all beginnings was the future master of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She was high and mighty, and everyone had to respect her. But now, someone actually dared to speak such arrogant words. This was outrageous. It was truly shocking. Brat, who are you? You dare to cause trouble here. Are you tired of living? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You dare to insult the saintess. Slap your mouth 100 times. Break your arms and I can spare your life. Cold voices rang out one after another. It was clear that these people were angry. Lin Xian slowly raised his arm and pointed the blood-dripping killing sword in front of him. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Sharp sword energy erupted from Lin Xian's body once again. Like a peerless divine sword, it rapidly slashed in all directions. Seeing that Lin Xian wanted to attack again, the expressions of the guards in front of him sank, and their eyes burned with anger. A terrifying aura surged from their bodies, and like a flood, it instantly enveloped the entire space. Kill! One of them, a middle-aged man in armor, took a step forward. His entire person was like a god of war, extremely powerful. In his hand, there was a golden spear that was like the sun, shining brightly. With a thrust of the spear, the golden light burst out, piercing through the void, and turned into countless golden waves that surged over. The entire sky was dyed golden, like a golden beach, exuding scorching energy. Slash! In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian's expression was calm. Behind him, the dragon sword realm appeared and enveloped him. He quickly raised his arm, waved the 9 Serenities demonic sword, and slashed down. Buzz! A terrifying sword light shot into the sky, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, filling the entire space. This sword descended quickly, as if it was not a long sword, but the entire sky, quickly pressing down. It was incomparably dark, like the 9 Serenities demonic realm, causing people's hearts to tremble. A spear and a sword collided in the air, and violent energy annihilated the void. Not good. Retreat. The surrounding warriors' faces changed drastically, and they frantically retreated. This was because this energy was enough to shatter them. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the other guards also moved quickly, attacking frantically. 9 chaos banners appeared in their hands. They fluttered in the wind and made flapping sounds. Like 9 mountains, they appeared in the void, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. Terrifying energy burst out, and chaos energy filled the entire square, forming a strange vortex. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the 9 chaos flags landed, nailed to the ground, and formed a strange array, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Strange chaos energy spewed out, forming sharp killing intent, surrounding Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian waved his arm, and the dragon sword realm quickly expanded, resisting the 9 chaos flags around him. The two collided, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew in the sky, and they were extremely dazzling like meteors. At this moment, the powerful middle-aged man attacked again. The golden spear seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, roaring out. Buzz! Lin Xian's body was completely integrated into the dragon sword realm. In the next moment, a huge sword chi soared into the sky, like a huge dragon, and slashed forward. There was a powerful aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Not only that, the dragon sword realm swept out, forming a black sword wave that spread out in all directions. Clang! The black sword chi was like an ancient demonic mountain, and it directly shattered the golden light in the sky. The powerful middle-aged man was sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 1817. The 9 chaos banners were slashed in half at the waist and turned into nothing. The array that trapped Lin Xian was also broken in an instant. Without the threat of the chaos array, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the killing sword in hand, he charged forward like a ray of light. Soon, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The demonic sword was dripping with blood as it quickly slashed down. The middle-aged man's face was pale as he felt the terrifying killing intent from the demonic sword. In the next moment, he roared as a ray of chaotic light rushed out of his body and quickly condensed in front of him. Boom! The light of primal chaos transformed into a figure that was identical to him. It blocked the shocking sword strike for him. He quickly retreated as countless rays of light rushed out of his body and brought him to a safe distance. Poof! The 9 darkness demonic sword descended and split the figure formed by the chaotic light. Substitution technique. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expect the middle-aged man to have such a life-saving technique. The middle-aged man's face was very ugly. This was his life-saving technique that could save his life in a crisis. However, he had used it now. Next, he had to fight with all his strength. If he was stabbed by the demonic sword again, he would not be able to escape. The middle-aged man's face was very ugly because he did not expect the other party to be so powerful and push him into such a desperate situation. In the next moment, his fingers formed a strange ancient seal. Chaotic chi that filled the sky surged out of his body, transforming into 9 ancient runes that revolved around him. Each rune carried a mysterious power as if it had traveled through time and space. It was filled with a shocking aura. Buzz buzz buzz. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the 9 ancient runes bloomed with light that shot into the sky. A terrifying aura instantly erupted and surged forward. Humph! In the face of such a strange attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword again, and the sword chi flashed into thousands of sword shadows that completely covered the front. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as the terrifying sword chi slashed on the 9 ancient runes, creating an earth-shattering collision sound. It was like a powerful army that shook the void. Boom! The 9 ancient runes that flickered with light exploded under everyone's shocked expressions. What? How is this possible? The powerful middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. These 9 runes were one of his secret techniques. It was incomparably terrifying. Each rune was capable of killing a 6-star king. 9 runes appeared at the same time, and the power was even more terrifying. But now, it was shattered by someone in an instant. It was unbelievable. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. This was because the young man before him was the strangest person he had ever met. He didn't even feel this way when he faced the saint of all beginnings. However, even though he was terrified, he would not give up. He would not allow Lin Xian to interfere with the Holy Maiden. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and grabbed the golden spear again. This golden spear was about 3 meters long and was extremely dazzling. Mysterious patterns were carved on it, and it was filled with power. This was an Earth-rank artifact that had been tempered by him for hundreds of years. At this moment, it was still one with him. Under his control, the golden light formed a radiance that enveloped him. Boom! The long spear was like a dragon as it moved out once again. Stubborn. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the dragon 8 steps. His entire body was extremely fast. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand turned into a black flash of light and streaked across the air. Clang! The sword chi was sharp and cut through the golden light that filled the sky. The 9 darkness demonic sword collided with the golden spear and sent it flying. Puff! Then, the demonic sword pierced into the middle-aged man's body. The terrifying sword chi was like a violent current, completely destroying the middle-aged man. Plop! The middle-aged man's body fell, and the light that filled the sky disappeared. The surroundings were silent. This was too shocking. Was the other party really going to force the Holy Maiden out? They didn't dare to imagine. If this was true, then this would definitely be a shocking event. This was because another prodigy of the Holy Sun level had appeared. Everyone looked forward and stared at Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated violently. Then, a huge vortex appeared in the sky and spun rapidly, forming a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out from the vortex and quickly descended. It was as if the 9 heavenly stars were descending. It was incomparably terrifying. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions, shrouding Lin Xian in an instant. Pang! 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 Just this energy alone made many kings kneel on the ground. They couldn't resist at all. How terrifying! The other experts quickly retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Lin Xian frowned and looked up at the sky. The next moment, he used the heavenly dragon 8 steps and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing. Boom! The void where he was originally at was directly shattered. It's an expert. Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and frowned. This energy was much stronger than any of the previous experts. The surrounding kings of the All Beginnings Holy Land all cried out in alarm, "Holy Maiden! The Holy Maiden has made a move." Their eyes burst with light as hope rose in their hearts. That's right, the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings had indeed made a move. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure descended from the huge vortex of spiritual power like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The figure was wearing a blue gauze dress, giving off a clear and transparent feeling. A light purple gauze belt was tied around her shoulders, and her black hair was tied up in a flowing cloud hairpin that casually scattered over her shoulders. A gust of wind blew past, giving off an elegant feeling as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Holy Maiden of all beginnings. Lin Xian frowned and stared at the figure. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to appear. You are that Lin Xian. I didn't expect you to dare to run wild here. The Holy Maiden of all beginnings' voice was cold. Boy, surrender obediently. You are not my opponent. Also, hand over Lu Mingyue and kneel on the side. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, your fate will be. As she spoke, a powerful aura surged from the Holy Maiden of all beginnings. Hearing these words, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, You are the Holy Maiden of all beginnings. I am very curious. If I capture you again and take you as a maid, what will the Holy Maiden of all beginnings do? I wonder how the All Beginnings Holy Land will react. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding kings were in an uproar. If this was really the case, it would definitely shock the world. One had to know that the other party had already captured Lu Mingyue. If they also captured the Holy Maiden of all beginnings, it would definitely pierce through the heavens. The All Beginnings Holy Land's face would be swept to the ground. Sure enough, the Holy Maiden of all beginnings' expression sank and she frowned slightly. Boy, I already gave you a very good choice, but you didn't listen. Chapter 18:18. Brat, I already gave you a good choice, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Her voice was cold, as if she were a goddess from the ninth heaven, high and mighty. You want to kill me with just you? You're far from it. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pointed his sword at the sky. Today, I'll capture you and make you my maid. I'd like to see if the All Beginnings Holy Land still dares to cause trouble for me. Humph. Hearing this, the Saintess of all beginnings coldly snorted. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and her killing intent soared to the sky. The other party actually dared to speak such arrogant words and wanted to make her his maid. How could she endure this? Thus, her terrifying aura soared to the sky, and her killing intent spread in all directions. In an instant, the entire space froze. The surrounding temperature rapidly dropped, and the terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. That brat is too arrogant. He actually dares to provoke the Saintess of our holy land. It seems he really doesn't know life from death. Yes, the Saintess' combat strength is unparalleled, and she has a supreme treasure in her hand. Even the older generation isn't her match, let alone a mere 4-star king. Just wait. He will definitely be killed. The Saintess is invincible. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the appearance of the Saintess of all beginnings had regained the confidence of these Holy Land martial artists. Lin Xian stood tall and straight, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He stepped on the void and quickly arrived above. Sword energy revolved around him, faintly crackling like thunder. When he arrived above, the surrounding white clouds instantly collapsed. Nothing could withstand his sword energy. Brat, you dare to kill the people of my All Beginnings Holy Land. I will make you pay. The Saintess of all beginnings' beautiful eyes emitted 2 cold rays of light. They were like sharp lightning that pierced through the void. Her clothes fluttered, and countless streams of chaotic energy tumbled under her feet, forming a lotus platform that supported her. Chaotic light flashed around her, and a sharp aura pierced through the clouds. Terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. They were like silver divine dragons, emitting a terrifying aura that swept out. You are going too far. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Xian coldly snorted, a terrifying aura also rushed out from his body, and the 9 Hell Devil sword in his hand flickered with a jet-black light. The sword vibrated, releasing a thunderous sound that caused the entire space to tremble. Boom! Boom! With a sweep of the demonic sword, a terrifying sword chi flew out, resisting the light of chaos. In the next moment, the battle between the two erupted. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It was like a tidal wave that kept surging. One had to admit that the Saintess of all beginnings was truly amazing. For this woman to be able to become the Holy Maiden, her strength must be incomparably powerful. Her strength was no weaker than Lu Mingyue's at all. Furthermore, after becoming the Holy Maiden, she would definitely have the support of her sect. Her current strength was even more unfathomable. Lin Xian had also met his match. With the killing sword in hand, he swung it around, unleashing terrifying sword chi in all directions. The void cracked open, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Every time the two of them collided, an incomparably powerful energy would erupt, shooting straight into the sky. Not only that, but the terrifying energy also shocked the spectating kings. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Can this brat really contend against the Saintess? Impossible. Who the hell is he? How can he have the combat strength of a holy son? Could it be that he's really a holy son who hid his identity and came to provoke us? Exclamations came one after another. Obviously, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They even guessed that Lin Xian's true identity was very likely to be a holy son of a large sect. The Saintess of all beginnings also frowned. After fighting with him, she could naturally sense the terrifying strength of her opponent. No wonder he could capture Lu Mingyue and kill so many experts. It seemed that he was not opportunistic, but truly powerful. However, as the Saintess of all beginnings, how could she admit defeat? I have to admit that you're indeed very powerful. However, do you really think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. The Saintess of all beginnings sneered. Then, she waved her hand, and a white dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger was the size of a palm and was incomplete. It was even covered with many cracks. Obviously, it was a defective product. However, as soon as it appeared, it carried a terrifying aura that swept in all directions. Even Lin Xian frowned. This aura was so terrifying that it could even threaten him. His opponent was indeed the Saintess of all beginnings. She could take out such a terrifying treasure as soon as she appeared. It's all over. Holding the incomplete dagger, the Saintess of all beginnings snorted and waved her hand. Boz! 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 The void trembled and then cracked. Rays of golden light swept forward like a divine river from the 9th heaven. This energy was so terrifying that it was like a real Milky Way. It carried a terrifying murderous aura. That power caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Lin Xian also frowned. He flipped his palm and summoned the 1000-beast cauldron. Then, he kept clapping his hands. Clang! 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 The 1000-beast cauldron trembled violently and made a loud sound. Then, it quickly grew larger. Black light flashed all over the sky, blocking the front. The 1000-beast cauldron stood in front of Lin Xian like a black mountain. Clang! The next moment, there was a shocking collision sound. The silver light all over the sky collided with each other, bursting into a dazzling light. Countless thunderbolts fell and bombarded in all directions. The surrounding palaces turned into dust in an instant. You can block it. Seeing this scene, the Saintess of all beginnings was also surprised. She didn't expect her opponent to have such a means. The light all over the sky dissipated. Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stood in the void, his face cold. The sword light in his eyes became more and more intense. It was like a peerless divine sword, cutting through the void. He stepped out and swept the saintess of all beginnings with the demon's sword in his right hand. The sharp sword light tore through everything. The destructive black dragon fist in his left hand was extremely violent. It was like an angry dragon, rushing forward. The saintess of all beginnings roared angrily. The lotus platform under her feet released the light of chaos. The monstrous aura enveloped her whole body. She quickly rushed over. Rumble. With a loud sound, the saintess of all beginnings stretched out a giant palm. The earthy yellow hand was condensed by the chaotic chi. It was extremely fierce and grabbed at Lin Xian. The demon's sword rose into the air and slashed at the giant hand. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes emitted two cold lights. The thousand-beast cauldron in front of him slowly rotated. At this moment, the sky and earth were spinning, and the sea of anger was rolling backward. The misty chaotic chi was blocked. The giant hand was covered by the sword chi, making a roaring sound. In an instant, the whole space was torn apart. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The sword light was biting cold, and the stars all over the sky flashed. Countless sword chi, like meteors, streaked across the sky. Chapter 18-19. The kings watching the battle all changed their expressions because this aura was too strong. Except for the saintess of all beginnings, no one present could resist this aura. The saintess of all beginnings also looked cold because Lin Xian's sword chi was like a vast ocean, making her sway like duckweed. She could be knocked over at any time. However, her body emitted an endless amount of chaotic chi, and the chaotic lotus under her feet bloomed, firmly holding him back. A strong defense guarded her, resisting the terrible sword chi around her. Even so, she was still swept by a wisp of sword chi, and a corner of her clothes suddenly flew up in smoke. A sword mark appeared on her jade-like skin. Blood dripped down, dyeing her clothes red. Looking from a distance, there was a different kind of beauty. However, the saintess of all beginnings' expression was cold, and her eyes emitted a strong killing intent. It was incredible that he could hurt her. She couldn't bear it. The next moment, she shouted, and the chaotic light on her body suddenly burst out, sweeping in all directions. For a moment, the whole sky lost its luster. At the same time, a terrifying king's domain instantly shrouded Lin Xian and the whole space. Boy, you dare to hurt me. I will make you pay a painful price. The saintess of all beginnings said, gritting her teeth. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the void, making everyone's heart beat wildly. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly, unmoved. He held the demon's sword in his hand, and the dragon's sword domain appeared, and then he completely disappeared into the void. He didn't really disappear, but he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was too fast. Some kings couldn't catch his trace at all, and they all thought he had disappeared into thin air. The saintess of all beginnings' pupils shrank sharply because her opponent's speed was once again beyond her expectations. But the next moment, she waved her hand, and countless chaotic light formed a light curtain in front of her. The chaotic lotus under her feet emitted a terrifying aura, which frightened people. The two fought in the air, and it was very terrifying. Moreover, their domains collided one after another, and each time, a terrible crack was torn in the void. 6 God Sword Technique. Lin Xian let out a long roar. 6 illusory sword gods rushed out from his domain and cooperated with him as they charged forward. The 6 Tao sword god needed each of them to be formed by a sharp sword chi, which was terrifying to the extreme. The void shattered in an instant, and the surrounding light of primal chaos was also being annihilated, and it even became much dimmer. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian was like a god of swords. Wherever his sword pointed, everything would be destroyed. Nothing could stop it. Primordial chaos. At the critical moment, the Holy Maiden of all beginnings shouted. Immediately, her king's domain gave off an incomparably terrifying light as boundless primal chaos chi surged out and swept out in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian was trapped. Anger, he was too angry. The Saintess of all beginnings' face was gloomy because she didn't expect her opponent to be so strong that he could break her unique skills one after another. Boundless chaotic light condensed in her hand, forming a resplendent lotus. It swept towards Lin Xian, intending to crush Lin Xian. Kill. The 6 Tao sword gods combined into one to destroy all techniques. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and his whole person became extremely powerful. His body emitted a terrifying sword light, and the 6 Tao sword god phantoms around him also merged with him. A huge burst of sword chi broke out and rushed into the sky. Boom! The long sword swept out, and the black sword chi, like a long river, instantly slashed towards the resplendent lotus. In the next moment, the sound of the mirror breaking was heard, and the lotus formed by countless chaotic light was destroyed in an instant. Even the upper body of the Saintess of all beginning was shrouded by the terrifying sword light. No! Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings screamed frantically because they were very worried about the Saintess of all beginning. Lin Xian's sword chi was so fierce that it made them tremble with fear. They knew that there were not many people who could resist it. Boom! Boom! The roar in the sky continued, and one black hole after another appeared. Then, in the black hole vortex, a figure appeared. It was the Saintess of all beginning. However, when everyone saw the figure, they were all stunned, and even their eyes widened in disbelief. The upper body of the Saintess of all beginning had been completely cut open, and a terrifying crack had appeared. At the crack, countless mysterious runes flickered and quickly spread throughout the Saintess of all beginning's body. A clone. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that it was just a clone of the Saintess of all beginning. The surrounding kings were all stunned as well. Before this, they didn't know that it was just a clone of the Saintess of all beginning. It wasn't until now that they saw the situation in front of them that they realized it was a clone. Moreover, it was a magical ability of their all-beginning holy land called the Chaos Clone. They didn't expect that the Saintess of all beginning had mastered it. In the sky, the Saintess of all beginnings clone had an abnormally ferocious expression. She looked at her body that had been cut open, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Brat, you actually dared to injure this clone of mine. Just you wait. When my real body arrives, I will definitely kill you. With that, the Chaos Clone began to change, and the Saintess of all beginnings' appearance gradually dimmed. Then her delicate body began to melt, forming a mass of chaos chi. This chaos chi was different from ordinary chaos chi. It was carefully refined by the Saintess of all beginning. At this moment, it was incomparably deep and full of power. It turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly rushed down, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Obviously, this clone had been destroyed, so the Saintess of all beginning wanted to use the last of her energy to kill Lin Xian. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning flashed, and the void was ruthlessly torn open, revealing an incomparably dark crack. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian and fiercely blasted down. Boom! Lin Xian's pupils shrank sharply because this speed was too fast, not even slower than his heavenly dragon's 8 steps. It was impossible for him to leave now, so he could only resist. The dragon sword domain quickly emerged, and countless sword chi interweaved in front of him, forming a 100-meter-tall azure dragon divine shield. An azure dragon was lying on it, looking as if it was alive. Not only that, but he also used the great dragon sword's soul to cut a vacuum around him. He wanted to devour that powerful energy. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire sky was instantly shrouded in endless light. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding kings kept retreating, and at the same time, their eyes flickered as they stared ahead. They wanted to know if Lin Xian had been killed. That boy is definitely dead. This is all the power of the clone, and it can definitely kill him. Damn boy, how dare you be so arrogant and provoke our saintess of all beginning. Now you know how powerful we are. Cold laughter rang out one after another. Chapter 1820. Sneers could be heard from all around. Obviously, they thought that this power was enough to kill the other party. The violent explosion continued, and the entire space shook as if it would shatter at any time. Everyone stared into the distance, waiting for the final result. But soon, they were dumbfounded, and even fear appeared in their eyes. That was because Lin Xian's figure had appeared. Not only that, but he was unscathed and unharmed. He was surrounded by terrifying space cracks, and in front of him was a huge azure dragon sacred shield. It had blocked all the attacks. How could this be? He's fine. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The attack just now was extremely terrifying. Not many people below the almighty level could resist it. Even if they could resist it, they would definitely be seriously injured. But now, not only did he resist it, but he was also unscathed. They could not believe it at all. Humph! Lin Xian glanced around, and then a gust of wind blew, pushing away all the dust and fog around him. Run! Seeing this scene, the surrounding people quickly fled in all directions. They did not dare to stay any longer. None of them was a match for Lin Xian. If they stayed any longer, they would probably end up like the saintess of all beginnings. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon appeared, and a formation enveloped the entire city. Want to run? It's not that easy. The terrifying formation flickered and blocked all of them. Ruffian dragon, don't kill them. Just take away the resources and treasures on them. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he ignored them and looked at the palaces in front of him. Although some of the palaces were destroyed in the battle, there were still many of them. In particular, the huge palace in front of him was shining brightly. It was as if the palace was the place where the saintess of all beginnings had cultivated. He had to admit that the other party was too careful. He had only sent a doppelganger. Moreover, what surprised Lin Xian was that the other party must have cultivated some kind of incredible cultivation technique. The strength of the doppelganger would increase greatly, and so would the strength of the main body. That was why he had sent a doppelganger to cultivate. I wonder what treasures there are in there. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. His figure flickered, and he arrived at the palace. Then, he waved his hand and all the doors opened. The hall was very quiet, and there was even a mist surrounding it, emitting a fragrant scent. This is ambergris. Lin Xian was shocked. This was no ordinary incense. It was refined from the body fluid of a peerless demon king, and it had incomparably miraculous effects. When a king realm cultivator was cultivating, they could light one up to increase their cultivation speed and achieve twice the results with half the effort. This kind of incense was very magical and very precious. He didn't expect the saintess of all beginnings to have it. She was indeed worthy of being the holy maiden of a peerless holy land. It seemed like she was truly wealthy. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. He took a deep breath and instantly sucked in all the fragrance around him. He could feel the spiritual power in his body boiling like boiling water. The next moment, he strode forward. There, he found countless supreme-grade substandard god crystals. There was even a fist-sized god crystal at the center. It is indeed a good item. Could it be that he's willing to send a clone to cultivate? Lin Xian was shocked. God crystals were definitely an excellent cultivation resource for a king realm cultivator. Even supreme existences would be envious of them. Ordinary kings didn't have such resources. Only the holy sons and holy maidens of peerless holy lands could enjoy such treatment. He didn't hold back. His figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the crystal and sat down cross-legged. He held the god crystal and rapidly circulated the immortality art, absorbing the pure energy within. His body shone with incomparable light, forming vortexes one after another. He absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy and the fragrance of the ambergris. As for the task of cleaning up the battlefield outside, it was left to the dark red divine dragon. With the power of the dark red divine dragon and the assistance of the array, it was able to easily trap everyone. However, the dark red divine dragon didn't kill these people. Instead, it took away their storage rings. Then, it gave them a good beating. Afterward, it picked out some energy from these storage rings and began to cultivate. The entire city was still sealed by the array, so the cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land couldn't send out any news. The people outside also didn't know that a shocking change had taken place inside. Like this, half a month passed. Lin Xian went from one palace to another, sweeping away all the energy inside. It had to be said that this was indeed too rich. This was definitely not an ordinary place because there were too many treasures here. It was hard to believe. In fact, Lin Xian's guess was correct. This was indeed not an ordinary place. This was a training ground that the All Beginnings Holy Land had prepared to reward the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. The purpose was to let the newly promoted Holy Maiden of All Beginnings increase her cultivation and consolidate her strength. However, they didn't expect that the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings would send out a clone, and that clone would be killed. This allowed Lin Xian to benefit from it. Boom! The huge palace trembled, and a sky-high spiritual energy fluctuation soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and rapidly spreading. Along with it came a terrifying aura that overflowed into the heavens. Inside the palace, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, and his entire body became incomparably powerful. I broke through and became a 5-star king. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose into a smile. Under normal circumstances, even if he had many means, he wouldn't have been able to break through and become a 5-star king so easily. But now, there were too many treasures here. He had absorbed these treasures, and with the effect of the Dragoncliff incense, he was able to break through. He had become a 5-star king in advance. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, his strength had definitely reached the level of a holy sun. He was one of the peak existences among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Outside, the dark red divine dragon was also howling excitedly. Because he had also broken through. After robbing so many king's storage rings, he had obtained abundant energy and finally broken through to become a 5-star king. Now, he was one step closer to recovering to his peak state. Lin Xian looked at the dark red divine dragon, and the smile on his face grew wider. He knew that the dark red divine dragon's strength would be of great help to him. After spending these days together, he also knew some of the dark red divine dragon's past. The dark red divine dragon was an almighty at his peak state. Now that he was a 5-star king, he wasn't far from the peak of the almighty realm. He believed that the dark red divine dragon would break through again in the near future. If the dark red divine dragon recovered to his peak state and became an almighty, then he would obtain a powerful boost. At least when facing other almighties, he would have the confidence to face them. The dark red divine dragon flew over and asked, "Boy, what should we do with the rest?" Chapter 18:21. Lu Mingyue's temperament was still outstanding. However, her complexion was somewhat pale. Because of the previous pursuit, she had suffered a serious blow. Of course, this blow was mainly psychological. She had never expected that the All Beginnings Holy Land would chase after her. Lin Xian looked at her and slowly said, "I'll leave those people from the All Beginnings Holy Land to you. You can do as you see fit." "What? Leave them to me?" Lu Mingyue was stunned. She didn't dare to believe what she had just heard. "Are you sure you're not joking? Leave them to me?" Lu Mingyue asked again. Lin Xian indifferently said, "Of course I'm not joking. Since the All Beginnings Holy Land is also chasing after you, we are now in the same boat. Thus, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with leaving those people to you to deal with. Aren't you afraid that I'll release them?" Lu Mingyue asked again. "That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, appearing as if he didn't care at all. To tell the truth, he really didn't care about those people. Moreover, he had other objectives. The next moment, he continued, "Are you willing to be chased by the All Beginnings Holy Land? Don't you want to change the situation?" "Change?" Lu Mingyue sighed. Her complexion was extremely unsightly. "You are not a disciple of a holy land. You don't know how terrifying the background of a peerless holy land is. Not to mention that you only have the strength of a holy sun. Even if you were an exceptional expert, you wouldn't be able to shake a holy land. Only if a true holy sun was resurrected would you be able to do it. It would be impossible for others." Hearing those words, Lin Xian was shocked. From the looks of it, every single peerless holy land was an incomparably terrifying existence. But soon, he shook his head and said, "You're overthinking things. I'm not asking you to retaliate against the All Beginnings Holy Land. What I mean is, do you want to regain your status as the saintess of all beginnings?" "Regain my status as the saintess of all beginnings?" Lu Mingyue was stunned. Disbelief appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Xian to say such a thing. "What's wrong? Are you surprised?" Lin Xian asked. "Very surprised. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Do you really want me to become the saintess of all beginnings?" "Of course." Lin Xian said with a smile, "At least you becoming the saintess of all beginnings is not the worst result for me. In fact, it is of great benefit to me." "You want me to help you?" Lu Mingyue instantly understood what Lin Xian meant. "That's right. What do you want me to do?" Lu Mingyue asked again. "I'm not sure yet. Just like back in the Tilted Moon Profound World, I just wanted to form an alliance with you. When I'm in danger and need help, I'll naturally come to you. And as a reward, I will make you the saintess of all beginnings. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you?" Lu Mingyue raised the most crucial question. Lin Xian's expression also became extremely solemn. He said coldly, "Believe me, if I can make you the holy maiden, I can definitely pull you down. So, it's best if you don't betray our alliance." Hearing this, Lu Mingyue nodded and took a deep breath. "How confident are you that you can make me the saintess?" "That will depend on how many people in the All Beginnings Holy Land can support you. What I can do is eliminate the current saintess of all beginnings and let you return to the All Beginnings Holy Land. As for whether you can use your influence to make those people support you after you return, I can't help you with this." Lu Mingyue understood. Indeed, this was a matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian was a loose cultivator and couldn't help it all. However, just the fact that Lin Xian could kill the Saintess of All Beginnings was enough to move Lu Mingyue's heart. One had to know that killing a Saintess was an extremely difficult matter. The Saintess of All Beginnings was very strong and stood at the peak of the younger generation. She also had countless guards and experts by her side. There were even experts hibernating in the dark to protect her. Therefore, if Lin Xian didn't make a move, Lu Mingyue wouldn't be able to kill the Saintess of All Beginnings by herself. In fact, she wouldn't even be able to contend against the other party. Don't worry. As long as you can kill the Saintess of All Beginnings and let me return to the All Beginnings Holy Land, I have confidence in what will happen next. Lu Mingyue wasn't lying about this. It was impossible for such a large and peerless holy land to be harmonious internally. It was definitely divided into many factions. The faction she belonged to and the faction the Saintess of All Beginnings belonged to were two different factions. Moreover, there was usually friction between them and their relationship wasn't good. Therefore, if she could return, with her influence and strength, she would definitely be able to obtain the support of the experts in her faction. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Xian could kill the Saintess of All Beginnings. Alright, it's settled then. Lin Xian raised his hand and high-fived Lu Mingyue 3 times, forming an alliance. Now, can you undo the seal in my body? Lu Mingyue asked immediately after the alliance was formed. Of course. Lin Xian smiled. Then, his fingers kept moving, sending runes into Lu Mingyue's body. In the next moment, Lu Mingyue's expression became excited because she felt that the sealed power was quickly recovering. Soon, Lin Xian removed all the seals, and Lu Mingyue's power was quickly restored to its peak. However, she didn't know that Lin Xian had left a final restriction in her body. Even a powerful figure couldn't detect this restriction. This was a restriction that Lin Xian had recently comprehended, and his technique was very strange. He did this not to go back on his word, but to prevent the other party from going back on her word. If the other party really became the Saintess of All Beginnings, and then brought countless experts to hunt him down, he would definitely be in trouble. Although he had the strength to kill the other party again. But he didn't want that to happen. Therefore, he left a final life-saving measure, which was to place a mysterious restriction in the other party's body. If Lu Mingyue abided by the alliance and didn't attack him, then this restriction might not be used in his lifetime. And if the other party really wanted to betray him, then he would let the other party know how powerful he was. Lu Mingyue wasn't stupid. When she learned that her power had recovered, she immediately launched a thorough search. He searched every inch of his body from the inside out. In the end, she didn't find any restriction, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, there was a restriction in her body, but it was so magical that Lu Mingyue couldn't detect it at all. What are you going to do next? Lu Mingyue asked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I killed a clone of the Saintess of All Beginnings a few days ago. I think it will definitely make her furious. But at the same time, she will be very careful and won't show up easily. Chapter 1822. Something more exciting. What's that? Lu Mingyue was confused. Lin Xian said with a smile, think about it. If I announce to the entire eastern wilderness that I want to auction the Saint of All Beginnings undergarment, won't it cause a sensation? You want to auction the Saint of All Beginnings undergarment? Hearing this, Lu Mingyue was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes even went blank. She really didn't expect Lin Xian to come up with such a plan. On the side, the dark red dragon laughed crazily. Ah, boy. As expected of a kindred spirit. But your idea is even more wretched than mine. I like it. The dark red dragon was really excited. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. And he knew that if this news spread out, it would definitely cause a stir in the eastern wilderness. The Saint of All Beginnings would definitely go crazy. Lu Mingyue's mouth twitched. She felt that Lin Xian's plan was really infuriating. If the Saint of All Beginnings knew about it, she would definitely fly into a rage. But soon, he frowned. But where are you going to get the undergarment? If you just randomly find one, no one will believe you. About this? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Mingyue with a smile. Why are you looking at me? Seeing Lin Xian's eyes, Lu Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Then, her face darkened. Damn guy, you're not thinking about me, are you? Hee, in the end, the biggest beneficiary of this matter is you. Of course, you have to do your part now. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue's face completely darkened. Damn guy, he's actually thinking about me. The next moment, she gritted her teeth and said, no, this is absolutely impossible. If you can't, then forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. Anyway, I won't be the Saint of All Beginnings in the end. Why should I spend so much effort to help you? Moreover, with my skills, it's easy to avoid the Saint of All Beginnings. But you, hearing this, Lu Mingyue's eyes darkened and flickered. She knew that Lin Xian was right. If he wanted to leave, he could just find a place to hide, and the Saint of All Beginnings wouldn't be able to find him. But she was different. She would be recognized wherever she went, and if she followed Lin Xian, she would always be a maid. If the Saint of All Beginnings, she would definitely be hunted down. Therefore, her situation was the most dangerous. But the next moment. But remember, you can't tell anyone about this, and you can't let a third person know about it. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Her to SS. T. With S. Lin Xian's eyes widened. This chick is changing her clothes in public. He was really surprised. He didn't expect her to be so open. Hee. Do you think you can block everyone's line of sight with S's? Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. Then, his eyes flickered and he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious runes appeared as he looked ahead. To be honest, Lu Mingyue wasn't being so open. Hers S. Even their soul power couldn't see through her. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian. She didn't know that Lin Xian had the heavenly secret divine eyes. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian had a clear view of her movements and figure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, her body is really good. I didn't expect her to be so good. Suddenly, the S's. Lin Xian knew that she was done. Therefore, the golden light in his eyes quickly disappeared and returned to normal. He wouldn't let her know that he was watching just now. Moreover, he didn't want to expose the secret of his heavenly secret divine eyes. The S. Lu Mingyue's figure appeared again. However, this time, she had something in her hand. It was a pink dudu. Lin Xian had already seen the color of her dudu. He had even seen the whole process. However, he could only pretend that he didn't know. He smiled and said, pink. You're really young. Humph. Lu Mingyue's expression was ugly and even a little gloomy. Hearing the other party's teasing, she fiercely glared at the other party again, and then reluctantly stretched out her hand. Here. Lin Xian took the red dudu and lowered his head to smell it. It smells so good. Is this your body's fragrance? It smells so good. Lin Xian looked intoxicated. Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth and said, "Damn boy, don't go too far. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." To be honest, Lu Mingyue was really mad. Especially Lin Xian's action just now, she almost went berserk. Okay, I'm just joking with you." Lin Xian waved his hand and then put away the pink doo-doo. Next, the two discussed and prepared a plan to kill the Saint of All Beginnings. Of course, this matter couldn't be done by just the two of them. They also needed the dark red divine dragon and many formations. They couldn't let their guard down. There must be a large number of masters around her, and there might even be powerful existences. Therefore, they must kill her in one blow. Otherwise, if they missed this chance, she would definitely be very vigilant next time. It would be difficult to kill her again. Lu Mingyue said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian also nodded and said, "Don't worry, kings below the level of powerful existences are no threat to me. As for the powerful existences, although I can't shake them now, it's not a problem to trap them for a while with formations. I'll leave this to the dark red divine dragon." Because the dark red divine dragon used to be a powerful existence, although its realm had fallen, it still had vision and experience. Coupled with his attainments in formations, he must have such a formation in his hands. However, the materials needed to inscribe it were more precious. But no matter how precious it was, Lin Xian had to make it. Otherwise, this plan would be difficult to succeed. As for the materials needed by the dark red divine dragon, most of them could be found with Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue. Because the two of them were really rich, but there were also some that they didn't have at all and had to obtain from the outside world. Chapter 1823. The two of them were very rich, but there were some things they didn't have. They had to be obtained from the outside world. Therefore, they had to find the materials and inscribe a formation that could trap an almighty before they could make a move. Innate purple thunderstone. We have to find it. Otherwise, the formation won't be able to form, said the dark red dragon. Is it difficult to find? Lin Xian had never heard of the innate purple thunderstone. Lu Mingyue was shocked. It was indeed a treasure. She didn't expect it to require such a treasure. To be honest, she knew the value of the innate purple thunderstone, but she didn't expect it to be used in a formation. Of course. Don't forget that we're trying to trap an almighty. No, not an ordinary king, said the dark red dragon. Where can we get the innate purple thunderstone? Asked Lin Xian. Although the stone was precious, he had to get it. Because compared to the benefits he would gain in the future, this stone was too insignificant. If he killed the current saintess of all beginnings and let Lu Mingyue take the throne, he would be able to form an alliance with the All Beginnings Holy Land. At least among the younger generation, Lin Xian would be supported. The stakes involved in this were not something that could be compared to a mere stone. Therefore, no matter how precious the innate purple thunderstone was, he had to get it. Lu Mingyue thought for a long time and finally said slowly, I've heard of this thing. It seems to have appeared in the northern region. The northern region. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The northern region wasn't the northern plains continent. It was the northern region of the eastern wasteland. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents, but each continent was too big. It was far larger than the Tianwu continent Lin Xian had been in before. Therefore, these continents were divided into 5 regions: north, south, east, west, and center. The northern region was the northern region of the eastern wasteland. In that case, let's go. Let's go to the northern region and see if there's any information about the innate purple thunderstone. Since they knew that the innate purple thunderstone was in the northern region, Lin Xian and the others naturally had to go. As for how to get there, that was a problem. The eastern wasteland was very big. Although the northern region was in the north of the eastern wasteland, it would take at least a few years to fly there. The best way was naturally to teleport. However, although the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian also had a teleportation tool like the profound jade pedestal, they were unable to teleport across regions. Only some peerless great sects and peerless sacred grounds would have such a long-distance teleportation array. However, Lu Mingyue said, "Don't worry about the teleportation. I know a place that can teleport us to the northern region." "Oh, there's such a place." Lin Xian's eyes twinkled. "That's natural, because this world doesn't only have the desolate era and the peerless holy lands, there are also some mysterious forces. Even people from holy lands and remote antiquity families sometimes need to hide their identities. Therefore, in some places in the eastern wasteland, there are super teleportation portals for people who need them." Following this, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue used the mystical jade pedestal to teleport. 2 days later, they arrived at their destination. If it wasn't for Lu Mingyue leading the way, Lin Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine that the place they'd arrived at would have a super teleportation array. That was because this place was simply too ordinary. This place wasn't a bustling city or a peerless great sect. Instead, it was an ordinary village. The village was very simple, and there weren't many flourishing things. Furthermore, there weren't many people here. Evidently, not many people knew about this teleportation array. If it wasn't for Lu Mingyue, Lin Xian also wouldn't have known that there was a super teleportation array hidden in this village. The two of them landed outside the village. Lu Mingyue took out a jade mask and put it on. She was currently being chased by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, she couldn't be recognized. Lin Xian's method was even simpler. He simply changed his body and took on another appearance. The two of them also wore ordinary outer clothes. Since they'd arrived here, they didn't want others to discover their identities. In the next instant, the two of them walked toward the village. There weren't many people inside. There were only a few children playing on the streets. Furthermore, the majority of them were cooking in their own homes. From time to time, smoke would slowly rise from the chimney. As for Lin Xian, he followed Lu Mingyue and headed toward the depths of the village. "I've been here before and used the teleportation array once. Therefore, I'm rather familiar with this place. Follow me. Don't wander around randomly. There are peerless experts guarding this place." Lu Mingyue said through voice transmission. Peerless experts. Lin Xian was shocked to hear that. It seemed that this place was indeed extraordinary. It had both a super teleportation array and a peerless expert guarding it. Apart from that, there were also so many ordinary villagers hiding in this special place. It was truly shocking. Following a winding and rugged path, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue arrived in front of a ruined temple. Soon after, their figures flickered and they entered that place. The temple was very shabby. There were cobwebs everywhere, and there was also a lot of dust and fog inside. However, Lu Mingyue didn't care about this at all. She walked to the front of the stove and bowed 3 times to the statue of the earth god. Then, she took out a few precious heavenly treasures and placed them on the counter in front of her. Lin Xian watched silently from the side. He didn't say anything because he believed that Lu Mingyue must have a way to teleport. Buzz! Sure enough, in the next moment, the counter suddenly emitted a light and the heavenly treasures on it were taken away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the counter actually contained a teleportation array. Moreover, it looked very strange. Lu Mingyue, on the other hand, seemed very calm because it wasn't the first time she had seen this. She wasn't anxious. Instead, she waited patiently. As expected, not long after those heavenly treasures disappeared, there was a flash of light and a palm-sized stone appeared on the counter. The stone's shape was very strange. Seeing that stone, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the teleportation array should be able to work, because he was also an expert in teleportation arrays. Therefore, he could naturally tell at a glance that the stone that appeared on the counter was a part of the teleportation array. If that stone was removed, even if there was a super teleportation array, it couldn't be activated. However, if the stone on the counter was placed properly, the entire teleportation array would be complete. That way, it could be used. The heavenly treasures that Lu Mingyue had handed over earlier were the cost of using the super teleportation array. Alright, it's done. Let's teleport. Lu Mingyue picked up the stone and said to Lin Xian. Then, she took the lead and walked towards the southeast. There were some miscellaneous items there. However, Lu Mingyue waved her sleeve and moved those items away, revealing a dusty teleportation array. Chapter 1824. The teleportation formation was very mysterious. There were strange patterns and runes carved on it. Obviously, it was a teleportation formation set up by a super expert. It could teleport across long distances. However, the teleportation formation was missing a corner. Obviously, it was missing the stone in Lu Mingyue's hand. As for Lu Mingyue, she placed the stone in her hand where it was missing. Suddenly, the teleportation formation made cracking sounds. Then, it emitted a faint light. When Lin Xian saw this, he knew that the teleportation formation was complete. They could teleport now. In the next moment, he took a step forward and came to the teleportation formation. Lu Mingyue's figure flickered, and she stood beside him. Then, Lu Mingyue waved her hand and took out 60 pieces of subdivine crystals from her storage ring. She placed them in the groove of the teleportation formation. Buzz! With the support of energy, the teleportation formation under their feet started to shake. It emitted a bright light. Then, a ball of light shrouded the two of them. Buzz! In the next moment, the two of them disappeared in the air. The teleportation formation quickly dimmed. Then, it became ancient. Crack! The stone that Lu Mingyue had placed on earlier left the teleportation formation and floated in the air. Then, it disappeared. The ruined temple returned to its original state. Those who did not know the details would not take a second look at it. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue were teleported away. The two of them entered the void tunnel and went through a long-distance teleportation. The process was very boring. They could not even feel the passage of time. After some time, the space shattered and the two of them appeared in the sky. Buzz! As soon as they appeared, Lin Xian took out a spiritual boat and caught the two of them. They would definitely feel dizzy after coming out of the teleportation formation. Even the spiritual power in their bodies would not flow smoothly. Therefore, they had to calm down first. Luckily, the two of them were powerful. Therefore, the discomfort only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the two of them returned to normal. Then, Lin Xian stood on the spiritual boat and looked down. The north region was very vast. The terrain here was mostly plains. The boundless prairie was like a green ocean. The north region was the northernmost part of the eastern wasteland continent. Further north was the northern plains continent. Therefore, the topography of the northern region was more or less similar to that of the northern plains continent, but it wasn't completely the same. Go! Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian flew at high speed. Their destination this time was a huge city in the northern domain called Violet Cloud City. The north region occupied a vast area in the eastern wasteland, and it was also very prosperous. Therefore, Lu Mingyue repeatedly warned Lin Xian not to be arrogant here, and to avoid fighting as much as possible. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at these words. He wasn't a battle maniac. If others didn't find trouble with him, he naturally wouldn't make a move. However, if there was really someone who was blind enough to make a move on him, then all the rules would be meaningless. Lin Xian wouldn't lose out. After spending nearly half a day, the two of them finally saw a city. Thus, they quickly landed and inquired about it. In the end, they confirmed their location and bought a map of the North region before they left. Violet Cloud City was very famous in the North region. Almost everyone knew about it because there was a very famous Violet Cloud Palace in Violet Cloud City. The Violet Cloud Palace was only a very huge palace. There were even some that were bigger than it. However, none of them were more famous than it. This was because the metal used to build the Violet Cloud Palace was too magical and unique. It was the extremely precious Violet Cloud Cold Steel. This was a very precious metal, and it was even a material used to refine Earth-rank treasures. However, someone actually used such a precious metal to build a palace, and an extremely huge one at that. One could imagine how shocking this was. Moreover, the person who built the palace wasn't an ordinary person at all, because ordinary people wouldn't be so generous. Even if they had the heart, they wouldn't be able to take out so much Violet Cloud Cold Steel. The builder of the Violet Cloud Palace was a clan of the ancients. The Gu clan. That's right, it was the Gu clan. The eastern wasteland was very big. The eastern region was the territory of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, and the north region was the headquarters of the Gu clan. Of course, other than the Gu clan, there were other peerless sects and sacred lands. However, the Gu clan had produced a great emperor, so their foundation could be said to be very powerful, shocking everyone. After more than 10 days of flying, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue finally arrived above Violet Cloud City. Looking from afar, there was a huge city on the vast land. Moreover, this city was very strange. It was like a purple cloud that had descended on the land. What a strange city. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in the sky. Even without the Violet Cloud Palace, this city alone was enough to be famous. The reason for that was because the city was simply too mysterious. Lu Mingyue also exclaimed, "I've been here once, but I didn't expect to see this Violet Cloud City now. I'm still shocked. It's indeed very majestic. No wonder it's so famous." Lin Xian also laughed loudly. "Let's go down." Then, his body swayed and fell down like a meteorite. Lu Mingyue also floated and followed behind. Although Violet Cloud City looked small from the sky, Lin Xian became more and more amazed as they descended. The reason for that was because the city was simply too vast. It occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was definitely a huge city. After entering Violet Cloud City, Lin Xian saw people coming and going on the streets. Powerful martial artists could be seen everywhere. It seemed that Violet Cloud City was not only vast, but there were also countless experts. It should be a place where martial artists like to gather. "Let's go to the Violet Cloud Palace." Lu Mingyue's expression was calm. She took a deep breath and walked forward. Since they had come to Violet Cloud City, they had to go to the Violet Cloud Palace. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Lin Xian's face was calm and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He followed behind Lu Mingyue and looked around from time to time. However, not long after, he narrowed his eyes. This was because he had already discovered that there was a huge palace in front of him. The palace was completely purple and emitted a faint light that surrounded it. On the walls, there were even purple clouds that appeared as if they were real clouds. "Is this the Violet Cloud Palace? It's so magnificent." Lin Xian was extremely amazed. This was because he knew that the Violet Cloud Palace was made of Violet Cloud cold iron. Its value could be said to be priceless. The Gu family was really generous. They were willing to use such precious metal to build such a huge city. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The clan of the ancients is really rich. It's so wasteful. It's not wasteful at all, Lu Mingyue said calmly. After all these years of business, the Gu family had already recouped their capital. And they had made a lot of money. Chapter 1825. What? It's actually breaking even. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew the price of the purple cloud cold steel. The amount of purple cloud cold steel needed to build such a huge palace was shocking. Perhaps only the clan of the ancients could afford it. The closer they got to the purple cloud palace, the more they could feel its magnificent aura. When Lin Xian was enveloped by the multicolored light, he felt a warm feeling in his body. In front of them, there were two huge purple doors. They were like two door gods. They were filled with a magnificent aura. At the entrance, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. After Lu Mingyue's brief introduction, Lin Xian knew that the expenses here were shocking. Even a casual meal was probably not something an ordinary King Realm expert could afford. One would have to spend a lot of money to be able to afford it. If one wanted to have a good meal, even the smaller sects would not be able to afford it. One would have to be extremely wealthy to be able to afford it. Of course, as long as one had money and resources, one would not have to worry about not being able to find what one wanted here. Natural treasures, cultivation techniques, divine weapons, peerless beauties. As long as you have money and divine gems, you can get it all here. When Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue arrived at the entrance of the palace, they could even see the splendor and extravagance of the palace inside. It was indeed a paradise on earth. However, ordinary people would not be able to afford it. Lin Xian said as he strode forward. There were some guards at the entrance. They were all kings. Their main task was to collect the entrance fee. 500 divine gems per person. Just the entrance fee alone would make the Gu clan a huge profit. This amount of divine gems was nothing to Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue. Therefore, the two of them paid it easily. After entering the palace, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. This was because he realized that this place was even more spacious than he had imagined. He could not see the end of it. This was a real palace. Truly majestic and luxurious. The ones he had seen in the past were too small. The entire palace was divided into many areas. High up in the sky, there were stars that were refined from extremely precious crystals. There were even some flying beasts flying in the sky, adding to the celestial aura. In the distance, there were mountains and rivers, as well as a few spiritual springs that emitted tinkling sounds. How was this a whole? This was clearly a paradise on earth. On the other side, there was singing and dancing. There were even two peerless beauties in blue and red who were playing the zither. The sound of the zither was melodious and pleasing to the ear. It could even stir up the spiritual energy in one's body. Even further away, there were sounds of intense collisions. Saber lights and sword shadows were extremely intense. Clearly, there were people fighting. That was not a place to cause trouble or break the rules. Instead, it was a place specially opened up for cultivators to fight. It could be said that the entire hall had everything that one could wish for. It was definitely a money-squandering den. How about it? Do you want to find two beauties to accompany you? Lu Mingyue asked indifferently. It's enough to have you by my side. What's wrong? Is there a beauty more beautiful than you here? Lin Xian laughed. At the same time, his eyes swept across Lu Mingyue's body. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Lu Mingyue's body tensed up. At the same time, she snorted coldly and did not reply. After a while, she said coldly, "Let's go. However, I have to remind you that I might fight with someone later. I've been so angry these past few days. If I don't vent it out, I'm afraid it will affect my martial heart." As she spoke, there was a trace of biting cold murderous intent in her voice. Indeed, ever since she was captured by Lin Xian in the Tilted Moon mystic world and treated as a maid, Lu Mingyue had been mad with anger. Especially after she came out, she was even more desperate. Originally, she thought that she could be protected by the sect. However, she did not expect that even the sect wanted to kill her. Therefore, over the past few days, her heart was filled with a lot of murderous intent. Now that there was a battle area, she was afraid that when the time came, she would have to find some people to fight to vent the anger in her heart. That's up to you. Even if you turn this place upside down, I won't care. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't get recognized. Otherwise, if someone catches you and takes you back to the All Beginnings Holy Land, it won't be fun anymore. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Then, he spent a large amount of money to buy some exquisite food. Then, he arrived at an open space and sat down cross-legged. As he drank, he enjoyed the singing and dancing, as well as the beautiful sound of the zither. The area he chose was very good. Not only could he see the singing and dancing, he could also see the intense battle on the other side. However, the only downside was that the price was too high. Even Lin Xian felt a bit of heartache. As for Lu Mingyue, she simply sat there and did not pay any attention to the singing and dancing. Her gaze was completely focused on the battle area. The battle area was very vast. Furthermore, it was supported by spirit formations. It was large enough for king-level cultivators to fight there. Furthermore, it would not affect others. Only the Purple Cloud Palace dared to do such a thing. If it were any other place, the entire city would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Mingyue was finally unable to bear it anymore. She spent a large amount of money to purchase the right to participate in the battle. Then, she stepped onto the stage. Oh my, it's actually a beauty. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they all cheered excitedly. Many of them even laughed, attracting the attention of the people around them. That was because it was not that women could not become powerhouses. It was just that those who fought here were generally battle maniacs. Most of them were men. Moreover, the fact that a woman had stepped onto the stage naturally made them even more excited. From the looks of it, she's a beauty. Her figure is very perfect. Unfortunately, she's wearing a mask on her face. I can't see clearly. Trust me, this kind of woman must be of the highest quality. Brothers, hurry up and attack. If you can conquer her with force, she might follow you home wholeheartedly. Laughter could be heard. Clearly, many people had their eyes on Lu Mingyue. I'll do it. With a long howl, a man in a black short-sleeved shirt stepped onto the stage. This person looked a little wretched. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his triangular eyes stared at Lu Mingyue's body and kept scanning her. Humph. Feeling the other party's wretched gaze, Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. She was already furious and wanted to vent her anger. Now that someone was so blind that he dared to hit the muzzle of her gun, she could not be blamed. Boom! She waved her jade-like palm, and a terrifying light transformed into a huge jade palm that fiercely blasted forward. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded, and the wretched man was directly sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. To be honest, although they were interested in Lu Mingyue, and many people even had designs on her. However, these people thought that Lu Mingyue was not strong at all. Any one of them could defeat her. Chapter 1826. Her opponent's palm strike was simply too powerful. It had actually sent the black-clothed man flying with ease. One must know that the black-clothed man was a 5-star king. What kind of strength did she possess to be able to send a 5-star king flying with a single punch? Perhaps only a 6-star king would be able to accomplish such a feat for a time. Many people shut their mouths. That was because their strength was comparable to that black-clothed man's. In fact, they were even weaker than him. Originally, they had dared to tease Lu Mingyue because they believed that she was weak. But now, she was so powerful that they didn't dare to do it again. If they were targeted by her, they wouldn't be able to escape or resist. Therefore, the surroundings became much quieter. However, more and more people were spectating. They all wanted to see exactly how powerful Lu Mingyue was. She's a fierce person. I wonder where such a beautiful strong woman came from. I really want to see her face under the mask. I wonder who will be able to lift it and let us feast our eyes. Ha, her strength is pretty good. Beauty, come home with me. I guarantee that you'll enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Another loud laughter was heard. Hearing this, the crowd turned their heads one after another, trying to find the person who had spoken. Since he dared to speak so arrogantly, he was definitely very powerful. He was at least a 6-star king. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to speak like this. Sure enough, in the next instant, they locked onto a person. It was a man in his 30s. He had a tall and sturdy build. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes were emitting resplendent light. Moreover, what shocked the crowd even more was that his cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star king. Expert. He's definitely an expert. The crowd cried out in alarm. The king before them was much stronger than the black-clothed man from before. As for Lin Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, he shook his head slightly. He knew how powerful Lu Mingyue was. She was extremely powerful and wasn't much weaker than him. More importantly, she was currently in a fit of anger. She probably wouldn't show any mercy when she attacked. Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to block her furious attack. Sure enough, when Lu Mingyue heard the laughter, she immediately frowned and coldly said, "You speak too much nonsense." After saying this, she directly attacked. Lu Mingyue didn't use her primal chaos chi or primal chaos light. She didn't even use any martial techniques of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She didn't want others to recognize her. Although she did not use any primal chaos martial arts, as an outstanding genius disciple, she had many cultivation techniques. Many of them were mysterious skills that he had obtained from the ancient ruins. Now that he had unleashed them, their might was incomparably terrifying. Lu Mingyue quickly formed a seal with her jade-like hands, forming a blue bell in front of her. Then, she shook it quickly. Clang! Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and blue ripples surged out from the bell like waves of the sea. It spread out in all directions. Pang pang pang. The terrifying sound waves pierced through the void. Even though everyone was in a safe place, they still felt a chill run down their spines. What? To be honest, that 6-star King Realm expert's expression also changed. Because this blue bell was really too strange, it made him feel a sense of trepidation. Whing! The blue sound wave was extremely terrifying, and it instantly arrived before the 6-star King Realm expert. The 6-star King snorted coldly. Although he was shocked by the blue sound waves, he couldn't run away. As a 6-star King, he had his own pride. In the next moment, he stretched out both his palms, and a dazzling light formed a purple shield in front of him. The purple shield was as big as a house, and light constantly flowed on it, emitting bursts of purple light to block the blue sound wave. Boom! 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 A violent collision sound rang out as the purple shield and the blue sound wave collided. Instantly, a huge explosion occurred in the void. Countless waves of air rolled like waves, crashing in all directions. The entire area was also covered in a dazzling light. Poof! Crack! Crack! The purple light shield shattered in an instant. It was cut into pieces by the blue sound wave. Not only that, but the blue sound wave also blasted the 6-star King Realm expert, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. Even a 6-star King Realm expert was defeated. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Because this was really too unbelievable. Who exactly is that person? How can she be so powerful? Even a 6-star King Realm expert is no match for her. Moreover, she looks very young, which makes them even more suspicious. Could she be a genius disciple of some sacred ground? Thinking of this, everyone discussed spiritedly, trying to find out Lu Mingyue's identity. However, they couldn't figure it out at all. Oh, not bad. Looks like she's a little chilly. I like her. At this moment, another sneer was heard. In the distance, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that another ignorant person was about to make a move. How could there be so many people in the world who were so full of themselves? The crowd dispersed, and a young man in his mid-20s walked out. He was wearing a white robe, and he looked quite dashing. However, he was very arrogant when he addressed Lu Mingyue. Little girl, I'll play with you. However, do you dare to make a bet with me? If you lose, you'll obediently be my woman. You're courting death. Lu Mingyue shouted, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. In the next moment, she quickly attacked. The blue bell in front of her bloomed with light, forming blue ripples that rushed forward. You're really hot-tempered. However, I like this type. The young man in white laughed loudly. Then, he pulled out a long saber and slashed forward. Buzz! With a slash of the saber, a dazzling saber ray descended from the sky like a waterfall. It even lit up the entire sky. Boom! At that moment, the cold saber blade cut through the blue ripples and even hit the bell directly, splitting it apart. He actually succeeded. This young man is an expert. When the crowd saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be someone who could compete with Lu Mingyue. It seemed that the North region was indeed full of outstanding people. This young man should be from the Liang family. He's actually from the Liang family. No wonder he's so powerful. Yes, although the Liang family is not a clan of the ancients, it's still an extremely large family in the North region. Their status is not inferior to that of the great sections. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the Liang family was also one of the top forces in the North region. Ah, little girl, did you hear that? I'm a genius disciple of the Liang family. Come back with me, and I guarantee that you'll enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Noisy! Lu Mingyue snorted coldly and attacked again. She waved her jade-like hand, and immediately, a dazzling red light surged from her body. A terrifying palm shadow shot out, accompanied by a red phoenix that descended from the sky. For a moment, the red light covered the sky and swept in all directions. Chapter 1827. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors' expressions changed because they realized that the other party's strength had increased again. Compared to the blue bell from before, it was much stronger. Could it be that this girl was hiding her strength before? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to imagine. Even the white-clothed young man was stunned. He naturally felt the change in the energy, and his expression immediately became extremely solemn. The long saber flashed and turned into a stream of light that slashed forward. A terrifying light spread out in all directions. Boom! In the next moment, the red phoenix collided with the saber light that filled the sky. An intense collision occurred, and the energy spread out in all directions. Instantly, the array was activated and formed a light screen that protected the surroundings. Lin Xian watched the battle from afar and nodded slightly at this scene. It seemed that this white-clothed youth's strength was not bad. He was also an extremely powerful existence among the 6 Star Kings. Liang family. Lin Xian muttered. Obviously, this was a powerful family. Otherwise, they would not have such a genius disciple like this white-clothed youth. However, although he was surprised, Lin Xian was not worried at all because he knew Lu Mingyue's strength. A battle of this level was not enough to defeat Lu Mingyue. As expected, the flaming phoenix and the saber light collided in the air and then disappeared together. However, at this moment, a bright light appeared in Lu Mingyue's palm again. It was like a divine rainbow that illuminated the surroundings. This was a long sword. It was as red as the sun and emitted powerful energy. As soon as it appeared, the entire void trembled violently. Whoosh! With a swing of the sword, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky and slashed forward ruthlessly. Pang! The white-clothed youth's expression changed drastically. He kept swinging his snow-white saber and quickly counterattacked. The saber light did not stop, and it carried an extremely cold aura. Even the surrounding space was covered in blue frost. In the sky, snowflakes were falling. On one side was fire, and on the other side was ice. The two opposing forces collided in the air. Little girl, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. Come home with me obediently. The white-clothed youth sneered. Blue light burst out around him, an endless cold aura spread out. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. His entire being was like an icy war monarch, emitting a powerful aura. The long saber in his hand swept out. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Lu Mingyue's expression was ice-cold. She was already furious to begin with. Now that the other party was provoking her again and again, it made her even angrier. Therefore, in the next moment, a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She displayed a powerful martial art, preparing to get rid of the person in front of her. Kill! Lu Mingyue shouted. Her expression was unusually cold and murderous. In the next moment, she waved her jade-like hands and the energy in her body continued to accumulate. Then, a fiery red half-moon light formed above her head. Vacuum scarlet moon slash. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a red arc was drawn. That half-moon arc was like a full moon, directly tearing apart the void. Boom! The saber light that filled the sky was torn apart in an instant. The terrifying red light enveloped the surroundings and instantly hit the white-robed youth. Puff! The white-clothed youth widened his eyes in disbelief because his body had been cut in half. Impossible, I'm a genius. He opened his mouth wide and struggled madly, but blood continued to gush out. He did not believe that anyone could kill him. How dare the other party kill him? Wasn't the other party afraid of the Liang family's revenge? Plop! The white-clothed youth fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground red. As for the red half-moon, it quickly disappeared from the sky. Killed, the young master of the Liang family was killed. The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. One should know that the white-clothed youth was a disciple of the Liang family. Moreover, judging by his strength, he was definitely a genius disciple. Such a person was highly valued in the Liang family, but now, he was killed. The Liang family would definitely be furious. Moreover, the Liang family was one of the top forces in the North region. They would definitely not let the matter rest. Sure enough, when they saw this scene, two middle-aged men immediately rushed over. They came to the front and took away the white-clothed youth's body. Then, they stared at Lu Mingyue. "Damned demonies, how dare you kill our young master? You're dead meat. Just you wait, the Liang family will definitely not let you off." Apart from the two of them, there were two other figures who left quickly. It seemed that they should have reported to the Liang family and called for reinforcements. Humph. He only has himself to blame. Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. After killing the white-clothed youth, the resentment and killing intent in her was obviously released by a lot. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not expect Lu Mingyue to kill the other party directly. This surprised him a little. One should know that when he came previously, the other party repeatedly warned him to try his best not to cause trouble. But now, before he did anything, the other party killed the other party herself. Sigh, how much resentment did this chick accumulate? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Since the person was already killed, he could not say anything more. He could only wait for the right time to react. If worse came to worst, he could wait until he obtained the Khanate Purple Thunderstone and leave the North region completely. No matter how powerful the Liang family was, they could not have such great power. Humph. Who else? In front, Lu Mingyue looked around and said coldly. Although she had released most of her killing intent, she had not released all of it. She had to fight a few more rounds to get rid of all the resentment in her heart. Only then could she be free of all worries. Chick, you've got guts. You even dare to kill the Liang family. Someone like you is worthy of my attack. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. What? Someone actually attacked. The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. One should know that even the Liang family's genius was killed. One could imagine Lu Mingyue's strength. But even so, someone still attacked. Who is it? How can he be so confident? In the next moment, everyone looked over. Even Lin Xian turned his head curiously. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. In front, a burly youth walked out from the crowd. He was tall like a god of war. His entire body was filled with explosive power. People from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to meet people from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds here. But then, he heard the discussion around him and understood. It turned out that the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds headquarters was also in the North region. Lin Xian greeted the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds many times. Previously, in the Tilted Moon Mystic World, he had killed the genius martial artist Ouyang Feng of the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Chapter 1828. However, Lin Xian was not worried at all. As long as the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds did not come in person, Lu Mingyue could handle it. Indeed, Lu Mingyue's strength had reached the level of a holy maiden reserve and was only slightly weaker than a true saint. As for the others, she could handle them. Therefore, even if Lu Mingyue could not use the chaotic qi, she could still defeat the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds cultivator. However, the others did not know this. When the burly youth from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds appeared, the surrounding crowd was excited. That was because the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds were peerless sacred grounds. Moreover, they had great influence in the North region. They also recognized the burly youth. He was one of the strongest in the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. His name was Han Shan. Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Very good. They are worthy of my attention. Lu Mingyue shouted and waved her hand. She was no stranger to the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Previously, she and Ouyang Feng were allies. Therefore, Lu Mingyue had her own way of dealing with the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds cultivators. That was to use softness to overcome strength. The Four Symbols Sacred Grounds walked the path of strength and were abnormally violent. Sure enough, Han Shan let out a long roar and waved his fists. Then, a huge golden elephant rushed out. Boom! 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 The void trembled violently, unable to withstand the power. A terrifying energy wave accompanied the huge golden elephant and surged towards Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue waved her hand and the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a red chain that lashed out. Swish! The red chain rapidly expanded and collided with each other, producing crisp sounds. It was like a long flaming dragon that spiraled forward. Boom! In the next moment, the red chain wrapped around the huge golden elephant and spiraled with force. Caw! 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 The red chain completely transformed into a flaming dragon and produced a shocking sound. The sky full of sparks condensed, and finally, the golden giant elephant was completely bound and refined. What? She can actually block it. This was too unbelievable. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. This was simply too unbelievable. The Four Symbols Sacred Grounds cultivators were known for their ferocity and strength. Very few people of the same level could withstand such terrifying strength. Very few six-star kings would be able to withstand that kind of terrifying power. But now, the mysterious woman had caught it with ease. This was too unbelievable. Who exactly are you? Even the genius cultivator from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds, Han Shan, was shocked as he looked in front of him. To be honest, he was too shocked because the other party's strength exceeded his expectations. She was actually able to withstand his attack so easily. Humph! Lu Mingyue coldly snorted, "Don't think that you're so great just because you're strong. There's a technique in the world called using softness to overcome hardness. Using softness for strength." The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. It was easy to say, and they understood the logic as well. However, it was really too difficult to put it into practice. Because the cultivators from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds have a terrifying strength. Using softness to defeat Colonel. Need use Mingyue and Lu loses Lu as well. For you, I. For Lin for the symbols. The genius martial artist from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds, Han Shanren, snorted coldly. Light blossomed from his body as a pair of golden gloves appeared on his fists. The resplendent brilliance illuminated the entire space. Earth rank artifact. Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw the shiny golden gloves. That young man was already very strong. With the addition of the Earth rank artifact gloves, his strength would increase tremendously. It would reach an unimaginable level. Earth rank artifact. Lu Mingyue's voice was cold. She then snorted. I have one too. Wang. A set of silver armor appeared from her body. A silvery white light illuminated the void of space, completely enveloping her petite figure. Not only that, but a silver whip appeared in his hand. It was like a silver snake that was unusually agile. It's useless. Stop struggling and come back with me. Han Shan grinned. He stomped his foot and turned into a bolt of lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he charged over. This speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it formed a terrifying explosion that caused the entire void to split apart rapidly. Boom! He punched out. Golden light shone in the air and enveloped Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's eyes turned cold. The silver whip in her hand turned into a silver spear that pierced through the air. Pooh! The silver light rushed out like a silver dragon and pierced through the golden light. Then, Lu Mingyue escaped from the golden fist. In the next moment, she waved her long whip and it turned into a sky full of silver light that shrouded the area in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent collision. Then, the silver light collided with Yu Man's fist and caused a huge explosion. The air was torn apart in an instant. The momentum was terrifying. The surrounding kings all looked quite shocked because this power made their hearts tremble. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as countless cracks appeared on the golden light that filled the sky. The silver light penetrated through the cracks and viciously smashed onto Han Shan's body. Pooh! Pooh! Blood spurted out. Han Shan roared and retreated. What happened? The surrounding warriors were shocked when they saw this scene. They looked forward. In the next moment, they gasped. Han Shan's clothes were torn and his arms were covered with bloody scars. There was still a silver light on it. It was obvious that he had been injured by the whip just now. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then, they stared at Lu Mingyue in disbelief. Who is this woman? Isn't she too strong? She can injure Han Shan so easily. I'm not dreaming, am I? Exclamations came one after another. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Xian was calm because this was similar to what he had expected. In front, Han Shan's face was unusually gloomy. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of killing intent. But in the end, he held back and did not attack. That was because the previous whip had given him too much shock. Even now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. If the other party's strength had been just a little bit stronger, then his arms would have been crippled by now. And until now, he had no way to deal with that soft silver whip. So, this battle could not be fought. Girl, I'll remember you. What's your name? Han Shan asked. Lu Mingyue said coldly, losers have no right to know my name. Humph. Chapter 1829. To be honest, he was too ashamed to stay here. The crowd automatically opened up a path for Han Shan to leave. Then, they quickly gathered around and looked at Lu Mingyue with excitement. This woman is too powerful. I wonder which force she's from. Why do I feel like she's already at the saintess level? It's not that exaggerated. Have you seen a real saintess? That's too terrifying. I think she's at most a reserve saintess level. Maybe. But she's too powerful. I wonder if anyone can suppress her. Everyone discussed. However, at that moment, a cold shout came from afar. Who is it? How dare you kill a disciple of the Liang family? Get over here and die. Hearing that voice, everyone's hearts raced and they all turned to look. Behind them, a group of people fiercely walked over. That's the Liang family. They're here for revenge. That woman is in trouble. I wonder if she can withstand the Liang family's anger. It's hard to say. It depends on who the Liang family sends. If it's an ordinary warrior, he might not be able to threaten that woman. But if the Liang family's young masters come, that woman will be in danger. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he frowned. Because he felt a few powerful auras in the crowd. They seemed to be approaching Lu Mingyue. If those people attack together, Lu Mingyue would not be able to resist. After all, no matter how powerful she was, she would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many powerhouses. When the time came, he would have to help. However, he quickly realized that there was no need to worry about that. Because he learned from others that this place could not be bullied by numbers. Only one-on-one battles were allowed. If someone forced themselves to cause trouble here, they would be killed by the Purple Cloud Palace's enforcers. Even a force like the Liang family did not dare to act rashly. However, if they left the Purple Cloud Palace, even if they fought fiercely, the Purple Cloud Palace would not care. After learning of this rule, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Lu Mingyue was not in too much danger. Lu Mingyue looked at the group of people and her eyes flashed. A cold light appeared on her body. She did not expect the Liang family to come so soon. However, she was not afraid at all. After all, the other party was the one who provoked her first. On the other side, the Liang family was indeed incomparably furious. When they learned that their genius disciple had been killed, they were all stunned. Because they didn't believe that someone would dare make a move against their Liang clan. Therefore, very quickly, all the warriors in the Purple Cloud City rushed over. They wanted to kill the murderer for revenge. As for the surrounding warriors, they quickly dispersed and made way for a large open space. They didn't dare to offend the Liang family. Whoosh! Those martial artists of the Liang family came to the battle area. Each of them was seething with killing intent as they stared at Lu Mingyue. You were the one who did it. Who are you? How dare you attack our Liang clan? Are you tired of living? Surrender obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Liang family. Humph. Hearing these words, Lin Xian coldly snorted, his expression abnormally cold. It was your Liang clan's people who provoked me first. I was only passively retaliating. His skills were inferior, so he deserved to be killed. Moreover, I'm enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Otherwise, I don't know how many innocent girls will be harmed. You're courting death. How dare you? Presumptuous. The Liang clan warriors were furious. She dared to be so arrogant and refused to admit her crimes. This made them extremely furious. Little girl, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us. Humph, what's so great about your Liang clan? Come at me together if you have the ability. Lu Mingyue's expression was cold. Quickly release your aura. The Liang clan people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. To be honest, they really wanted to attack together and get rid of her. However, they didn't dare to do so at all. After all, they knew the rules of the Purple Cloud City. If they wanted to attack, they had to spend a large sum of money to purchase the right to fight. Otherwise, if they attacked here, they would be courting death. Don't think that the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace can trap us. Let me tell you, any expert we send out can kill you. I'll kill her. Another young man walked out from the Liang clan crowd. What? It's him. Someone in the crowd exclaimed when they saw the young man. Who is he? Don't you know? He's the fourth young master of the Liang clan. People call him the fourth young master of the Liang clan. Fourth young master of the Liang clan. He's going to attack. Shouts could be heard. Obviously, everyone had heard of this young man's name. Therefore, when they saw him attack, they were extremely shocked. The fourth young master of the Liang clan strode over with an unusually cold expression. He spent money to purchase a spot in the battle and came to the battle area to confront Lu Mingyue. I'll give you one last chance. Kill yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, the fourth young master of the Liang clan said coldly. Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. You talk too much nonsense. If you have the ability, kill me. If you don't, then you can only be killed. Stubborn. Hearing Lu Mingyue's words, the fourth young master of the Liang clan's expression darkened. Then, he took a step forward and raised his finger. A sharp sword aura pierced through the void and stabbed forward. Since the other party didn't know what was good for her, he could only kill her personally. He would let everyone know that the Liang clan was not to be provoked. On the opposite side, the silver armor on Lu Mingyue's body flashed, forming balls of silver light that rushed out of her body and condensed in front. Clang! In the next moment, the sword aura slashed on the silver light and caused a violent tremor. However, the silver light blocked the sword aura in the end. Energy rolled and swept in all directions. A terrifying aura spread out like a tide. Fortunately, there was a defensive array here. Otherwise, the aftermath of the energy would be enough to destroy the entire whole. The fourth young master of the Liang clan. That's all there is to it. Lu Mingyue sneered. You're courting death. The fourth young master of the Liang clan was furious. As the fourth young master of the Liang clan, he was powerful and had never been looked down upon. In the next moment, a terrifying aura rose from his body and countless rays of light scattered in all directions. Rays of sword aura rushed out like rainbows and swept toward Lu Mingyue. The long sword was extremely sharp and emitted a terrifying murderous aura that chilled one to the bone. Kill! With a roar, the fourth young master of the Liang clan was unstoppable like the god of death. What a terrifying sword technique! When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was drinking while watching the battle. The sword technique was indeed not bad. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, no matter how powerful the fourth young master of the Liang clan was, he was still weaker than Lu Mingyue. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried. Chapter 1830. However, no matter how strong fourth young master Liang was, he was still weaker than Lu Mingyue. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried. What he really paid attention to was the few elders of the Liang family. He could feel that their auras were too strong. If those people attacked, Lu Mingyue would not be able to handle it. In front of him, Lu Mingyue waved the silver whip in her hand and swept it forward. Clang! 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 The two terrifying attacks collided in the air and made earth-shattering sounds. At the same time, blue ice needles appeared in Lu Mingyue's left hand. They were extremely cold and pierced forward. This was an assassination technique that was extremely terrifying. It arrived in front of fourth young master Liang in an instant. 3 blue-silver needles pierced toward fourth young master Liang's 3 vital points. If he was hit, he would be severely injured even though he was a 6-star king. Get lost! Fourth young master Liang roared as a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying energy erupted from his body and swept around. The entire space trembled. Buzz! A terrifying sword chi rushed out from his body and quickly blocked the 3 terrifying ice needles. Not only that, but he also charged toward Lu Mingyue. His speed was so fast that many kings around could not see him clearly. Buzz! A sharp sword light slashed toward Lu Mingyue. As for Lu Mingyue, she quickly retreated like a feather, incomparably agile. Seeing that his attack did not hit her, fourth young master Liang sneered and pointed his sword forward. Girl, I have to say that your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and kill people of the Liang family. However, this bit of strength of yours is simply not enough to look at in front of me. Therefore, I advise you to surrender obediently. As he spoke, fourth young Master Liang's expression was cold as a vast energy erupted from his body. At this moment, fourth young Master Liang was like a god of war. He was extremely terrifying. His aura was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Lu Mingyue's beautiful face changed, but no one could see it because she was wearing a mask. Soon, she regained her composure. Fourth young Master Liang is indeed powerful. However, it's a pity that you are not my match. If your first young master came, he might be able to fight me. But you are not qualified at all. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, while fourth young Master Liang's face darkened completely. The eldest young master that the other party spoke of was their Liang clan's #1 genius. His strength was incomparably terrifying, and he was even comparable to those saints and saintesses. And now, they were actually boasting shamelessly that only their big brother would be able to fight against them. And he, the fourth young Master Liang, was not qualified at all. This kind of disregard made fourth young Master Liang extremely angry. Wang! A cold light sword quickly slashed down, and the cold sword light soared into the sky. This sword was extremely sharp, and it slashed towards Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue shouted as the silver armor on her body shone brightly, forming rays of silver light that circled around her. At this moment, she was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, carrying with her incomparable holiness and coldness. She waved her jade-like hands, forming a dazzling light wave that turned into a misty light palm that slammed forward. This energy seemed weak, but it was filled with killing intent. Soon it collided with the cold sword light. Pang! The two collided, and the sound was very low, as if a rusty iron sword had collided in the air. Numerous cracks rapidly appeared on the terrifying chilling light sword ripple before it exploded with a loud bang. Using softness to overcome strength again. Lu Mingyue had used this technique to the acme of perfection, and she easily neutralized the terrifying sword light. Not only that, the water-like light palm quickly attacked fourth young Master Liang. Poof! Fourth young Master Liang's body was like a ghost, and he kept dodging, but in the end, he was still hit by the palm. Immediately, his body kept retreating. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This palm was extremely soft, and it caused him internal injuries. You! Fourth young Master Liang was furious. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Mingyue. To be honest, he was too shocked. This was because he did not expect that the other party's technique was so strange that it could hurt him. The surrounding martial artists were also in an uproar. Using softness to overcome strength again. She had practiced this technique to such a level. Where did this woman come from? She's too strong. Even fourth young Master Liang is no match for her. Looks like she really has the combat power of a saintess. Yeah, fourth young Master Liang is no match for her. I'm afraid that even the third or second young master might not be a match for this woman. Maybe only the eldest young master of the Liang family can fight against this mysterious woman. Indeed, the eldest young master of the Liang family was extremely strong. It was rumored that he already had the combat power of a saint. If he were to fight, there would be no mistakes. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists were discussing. It was obvious. The eldest young master of the Liang family was very strong, and the surrounding martial artists agreed with him. At this moment, a martial artist continued, indeed, although the saints and saintesses are the peak of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. But other than the peerless sacred grounds, the great sects, and the clans of the ancients, there are a few other young people whose combat power has reached the peak. The eldest young master of the Liang family should be one of them. No, I think this mysterious woman in front of us should also have the combat power of a saintess. Hearing this, the crowd nodded slightly. Lu Mingyue had defeated powerful opponents one after another and displayed unparalleled strength. Thus, the crowd classified her as a peak combat power. Have you heard? In the eastern wilderness, there's a youth called Lin Xian. He seems to be very strong. Indeed, it's rumored that he's being hunted down by the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even now, he's still able to get away with it. Not only that, I heard that Lin Xian displayed extremely strong combat power in the Oblique Moon mystic world. He's not any weaker than the Wavering Light Holy Sun. What? He can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wavering Light Holy Sun. Could it be that he also has the combat power of a saint? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. However, someone in the crowd sneered, "What saint? That brat isn't that powerful." "Not that powerful? Impossible. I heard that he captured a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land and even forced the All Beginnings Holy Land to change the candidate for saintess. It's not that exaggerated. That brat must have used some despicable method. Moreover, his cultivation isn't high. He's only a 4-star king. How can such a person stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wavering Light Holy Sun? Indeed, it's just a rumor. It's all exaggerated. His true combat power is definitely weak." Chapter 1831. The crowd was discussing. Clearly, they had only heard rumors about Lin Xian's combat strength, and most of them did not believe it. However, they did not know that the person they were talking about, Lin Xian, was right beside them at this moment. However, Lin Xian had used a disguise technique, so no one noticed. Lu Mingyue's expression was gloomy, and her aura was very unstable. It turned into a terrifying murderous aura that shot into the sky. That was because the people around her were not only talking about Lin Xian, but they were also talking about her. Every time she thought about how she had been captured by Lin Xian and lost her qualifications as saintess, Lu Mingyue felt a burst of madness. Therefore, in the next moment, she screamed, and her aura suddenly erupted. The silver whip burst forth with incomparably bright light. Like a silver dragon, it shot forth. Boom! The silver figure crashed into fourth young Master Liang and sent him flying once again. This time, fourth young Master Liang's injuries were even more serious. Fourth young master. Young master. Exclamations came one after another. The Liang family warriors at the back exclaimed. They were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect their fourth young master to be defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated in a very embarrassing manner. This was completely different from what they had expected. "Demonis, you are too despicable. How dare you injure our fourth young master? Don't think that you can get away with it here. Just you wait. Once you leave Purple Cloud Palace, my Liang family will not let you off. Come out and fight to the death if you dare." The Liang family warriors roared crazily. They even sent out a few warriors to rescue fourth young Master Liang. Fourth young Master Liang's face was pale, and his expression was unusually ugly. He could not believe that he had been defeated just like that. He stared at Lu Mingyue and said in a ferocious voice, "Damn it, who are you?" He was not willing to lose to a woman who was not famous. Lu Mingyue snorted coldly and ignored him. In response to the Liang family's clamor, she only said coldly, "Come and fight if you dare. If you don't, shut your mouths. Don't make a fuss here, or you will embarrass yourself." Mad, the Liang family's martial artists were really mad. As an enormous force in the northern region, they had always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But now, they were being scolded by a woman, and they didn't even dare to fight back. This was too humiliating. Where did this little girl come from? How dare she be so arrogant and look down on my Liang clan? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, a huge pressure shrouded the void like 100,000 mountains, suffocating everyone. Pang pang pang. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb because they realized that this aura was too terrifying. It was much stronger than the fourth young Master Liang from before. An expert. He was definitely a super expert. Unexpectedly, another expert from the Liang family actually came. In the distance, Lin Xian also put down his wine cup. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a grave expression. The reason for that was because he was able to sense how powerful that person was. This aura was too strong, too strong. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could emit. The other party was definitely a powerhouse. Lu Mingyue's expression was grave as well. Her eyes flickered as she looked ahead. In the next moment, the crowd automatically dispersed, and a stalwart figure strode over. Along with him was a dignified aura. It was as deep as the sea and incomparably terrifying. This aura was too powerful. It was like 100,000 mountains that could crush the heavens. What? It's him. Fear appeared in everyone's eyes. Who is that? Why haven't I seen him before? However, even more people were puzzled because they had never seen that figure before. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He had a dignified aura. He was like an emperor with a powerful aura. You don't even know who he is. Do you know the eldest young master of the Liang clan? Someone quickly said. What? You said he's the eldest young master of the Liang clan? The others widened their eyes. What kind of joke is this? How can the eldest young master of the Liang clan be a middle-aged man? Could it be that his age is already so old? No one believed it because it was different from the legends. Could he still be called the younger generation at this age? However, someone said coldly, "What are you panicking for? I'm not done yet. He's not the eldest young master of the Liang clan. He's the master of the burning eldest young master." What? The master of the Liang clan's eldest young master. Everyone was even more shocked, and there was even fear in their eyes. The master of the Liang clan's eldest young master, wasn't that an almighty? An almighty was going to deal with a little girl. Everyone was in an uproar. Hearing that, Lu Mingyue was also extremely nervous. She did not expect an almighty to attack her. However, the person who explained in the crowd twitched his mouth and was speechless. Heavens, I'm not done yet. Can you guys not be so agitated? Not done yet. Everyone was stunned. What is his identity? Hurry up and tell us. The surrounding people quickly asked. He is indeed the master of the Liang clan's eldest young master, but he's not an almighty. This time, the person who explained quickly said, the Liang clan's eldest young master's talent was average when he was young. It was only in recent years that he improved by leaps and bounds and became the #1 expert of the Liang clan's younger generation. So before this, his master was not an almighty, but the middle-aged man in front. So that was the case. There was actually such a thing. Everyone came to a realization. They knew that the Liang clan's eldest young master was not ranked by age, but by strength. However, they did not expect that the Liang clan's eldest young master had such an encounter before. However, even if it was his former master, he was definitely an extremely powerful figure. Because everyone could feel from the aura that the other party exuded, he was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. This powerful middle-aged man strode into the battle area. Immediately, the Liang clan's warriors shouted, "Elder." Agitated, they were really too agitated. Because previously, the other party had suppressed the Liang clan until they could not raise their heads. This was intolerable. They even felt like fighting with their lives on the line. However, what made them even more desperate was that their fourth young master had been defeated. Even if there were experts among them, they would only be on par with the fourth young master. Unless the other young masters came, there was no chance of winning. Now, although the other young masters did not come, the eldest young master's former master, Elder Liang, had finally come. Although Elder Liang was not an almighty, he was extremely terrifying. His strength had already surpassed the fourth young master. Even the Liang clan's second young master might not be his match. Elder Liang nodded slightly, then looked forward and stared at Lu Mingyue. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.